Lord of Mysteries, The Fool Brother is a Witch. By Tuo Zhang de Yi Zhe. Chapter 201-234. Mystical Item. Under the arrangement of the Eye of Wisdom, the members of the gathering left one by one. Eve followed the original path, passing through the dark alley and returning to the Bravehearts bar. She casually glanced around, and finding no sign of Klein, she took her packed steak and left the bar. The clamor that a wooden door could hardly block spilled into the deserted street, and the noisy sounds added a bit of disturbance to the night. But after walking a few steps forward, the liveliness gradually dissipated into the night. Before Eve reached the station, she saw Klein waiting there. Next to him stood an older man holding a riding crop, and the two were chatting. A public carriage was parked beside them. Klein, Eve called out from a distance, waving at him, while quickening her pace and walking briskly into the station. Upon hearing Eve's voice, Klein immediately turned around. Seeing Eve waving at him, he also extended a hand and waved twice in the air as a response. "Looks like I'm lucky," Eve said, glancing at the carriage beside them. "Haha, miss, my luck is also good," the man with the riding crop laughed heartily, "to have two passengers at this hour." After speaking, he jumped onto the carriage, pointed to the carriage compartment behind him with his riding crop, and said, "Hurry and get on. If we delay any longer, I won't make it back in time to return the carriage." Klein nodded and boarded the carriage with Eve, one after the other. "There are very few passengers at this time," Klein explained, sitting by a window seat in the empty carriage. "This gentleman told me that if the wait wasn't too long, he could wait a bit after he knew I was waiting for someone." Eve nodded, indicating she understood. At this time, it was indeed difficult to find passengers, and from the coachman's words, it could be inferred that this gentleman's carriage was not his own but rented. So, naturally, the more passengers he could pick up, the better. In fact, most coachmen working at this hour rented their carriages. Coachmen who owned their own carriages mostly chose to finish work early. She sat opposite Klein, also by a window. The young girl leaned back against the seat, a faint breeze flowing in through the window, stirring strands of hair that swayed gently across her chest. Occasionally, a stronger gust would do no more than lightly caress her cheek. A rustling sound suddenly came from the handbag in her hand, but Eve paid it no mind. Ruiri poked her head out of the bag, meowing twice, seemingly displeased with Eve's behavior. She then jumped onto Eve's lap, turning her back to her and grooming her slightly disheveled fur. The sound of rolling wheels entered the ears of the three in the quiet night, quickly heading towards their destination. "Sir, miss, we've arrived." This was a public carriage, but unfortunately, the coachman did not pick up any other passengers, allowing them to experience the feeling of having a private charter. After paying the fare, even Klein returned home. She placed the packed steak on the dining table, found Ruiri's small bowl from the cupboard, and poured the steak into it. Then, the young girl flopped onto the sofa, her entire body sinking into it. "Aren't you going upstairs to rest?" Klein asked, seeing Eve sprawled on the sofa after putting away his cane. "No." Eve sat up, took off her shoes, placed her feet on the sofa, and then lay back down, hands clasped behind her head, eyes closed. "I'm waiting for Ruiri." Klein's gaze shifted downwards, looking at the cat elegantly eating on the dining table, and he couldn't help but think, both cats and vampires are nocturnal animals, aren't they? "Then I'll go rest first." "You should also go to bed early," Klein said, immediately retracting his thoughts. Eve responded, then propped herself up on the sofa, her upper body slightly raised, and looked at Klein, asking, "When are you planning to go to 8 William Street?" Klein's foot, which he had just lifted, paused, then returned to its original position. He pondered for 2 seconds, then said, If it's urgent, I can go tomorrow after work." "It's not urgent." Eve put her hand back, her upper body returning to the sofa, "and you have plans after work tomorrow anyway." "Huh. Someone left a message in your notebook, hoping to meet with Mr. Sherlock Moriarty at 5 in the afternoon," Eve explained, then complained, "You being absent from the office so often will really cause you to lose a lot of commissions. And if this continues, I'm worried you'll become the second urban legend of Minsk Street." "The second urban legend?" Klein asked with some curiosity, "What's the first one?" Eve looked up at Klein, lazily raising her hand and pointing to the window, saying, "Number 18 Minsk Street, where the curtains are never drawn." Then, she pointed at Klein again and continued, "Mr. Moriarty, who is always not at home. If this keeps up, your neighbors will suspect you're some kind of suspicious person, Mr. Sherlock." While Eve was right, he currently had no good solution. Sequence 5 marionettist could solve this problem, but I'm only at sequence 7 now. After coming to Backland, my digestion progress slowed down, and because I've been constantly training and haven't participated in any missions, even if I digested the Beander potion, I don't have enough contribution to exchange for another Beander potion. However, Klein secretly glanced at Eve on the sofa, pondering, I could buy the Beander potion myself and secretly advance, then find a way to go through the official process with the church. But that would mean drinking the Beander potion twice and digesting it twice. "I have a way so you don't have to digest the Beander potion twice," Eve said, snapping her fingers with her eyes closed. "I have a mystical item with very strong purification abilities that can help you expel excess Beander characteristic from your body." "Expel Beander characteristic from the body," Klein said, lowering his head with a thoughtful expression. "If all Beander characteristic were expelled, could one consume a Beander potion from another non-adjacent pathway?" "No." Eve sat up, propping herself on the sofa, her upper body lazily sinking into the backrest. After Beander characteristic are expelled from the body structure modified by the Beander potion will not revert. Drinking a Beander potion from a non-adjacent pathway will still lead to losing control. Moreover, Beyonders are more prone to encountering Beander events than ordinary people, even former Beyonders. Klein nodded, meaning that if a Beander wanted to expel their characteristic to return to an ordinary life, they were destined to fail. Klein's family. Tuesday afternoon. After school, Melissa did not return home. She didn't know what she was thinking. She felt like her brain had broken and she no longer had the ability to think normally. Otherwise, why would she come to the Blackthorn Security Company, outside the door of his former workplace? Melissa looked at the closed door, her arm, which was hanging by her side, lifted slightly in a small arc, but quickly stopped moving, as if it had only twitched once. Her fingers unconsciously curled. Melissa clutched at her skirt hem in confusion, pursed her lips inwards, and gently bit her lip with her teeth. "I should leave quickly," she thought to herself. Melissa tightly clutched her skirt hem, her eyes fixed on that large door, which she could reach in just 2 steps. She lifted her foot, but was slow to put it down, as if she had forgotten how to walk in an instant, maintaining a ridiculous posture as she stood by the street, until a sour ache came from her knee, and only then did her foot land on the ground, but it landed in the same spot. Maybe I should still go in and see, it was so tiring walking here from school. Wouldn't it be a waste not to go in and look, Melissa thought silently to herself. She raised her head, her Moretti brown eyes looking towards the door, her gaze sweeping over Blackthorn Security Company, one by one. She looked back at the path she had taken. It was so far, and it seemed like a real waste to spend so much time and effort to come here only to leave immediately. Anyway, he's not here, his holiday is on Monday. It always is, and since he was transferred to Backland, it should be the same. All sorts of illogical and baseless thoughts and conjectures swam chaotically in Melissa's mind, just like countless colors of paint dropped into water mixing into a blurry patch. Melissa lifted her foot, moved 2 steps forward, gradually approaching the door, slowly raised her hand, and held it in front of the door, but did not knock. The young girl felt several unfamiliar gazes fall upon her, but they quickly moved away. Melissa's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew that her current behavior looked a bit strange in the eyes of others. The girl turned her head, secretly glanced behind her, then quickly retracted her gaze, silently took a deep breath, lowered her head, closed her eyes, and silently chanted, "May the goddess bless." Only then did she open her eyes and lower her hand. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of the door hinges rubbing as the door moved inwards. The door was not locked, with a gentle knock from Melissa, it moved inwards, revealing a crack. The girl's gaze unexpectedly peered through the crack into the room, seeing the unlit fireplace and the sofa beside it. The field of vision was too small to see more, but from this, it could be seen that the environment of his workplace was good. "Please come in," Melissa heard a sweet female voice. Just as she was about to push open the door, a rapid, flustered sound of footsteps immediately came from inside the room, causing her outstretched hand to pause in midair. Just as Melissa was hesitating whether to go in, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. She saw a sweet-looking girl standing inside the door, smiling at her. The girl seemed to be startled when she saw her, her eyes full of curiosity as she looked at Melissa, while moving to the side to make way for her to pass. "Please come in," the sweet female voice rang out again, making Melissa realize that it was this young lady who had just responded to her from inside the door. "Thank you." Melissa nodded at the girl and followed her into the Blackthorn Security Company. She raised her head, carefully observing the place. This should be the reception area for customers. A set of classical sofas, soft-backed armchairs, and a log-colored coffee table. Several teacups were placed upside down on the coffee table, and an open copy of the Tingen City Honest Man's newspaper was scattered on the sofa. Melissa guessed that this belonged to the young lady who opened the door. "I'm Roseanne," the brown-haired girl said as she sat on the sofa with Melissa. "Is there anything we can help you with?" Roseanne, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up again. "Sorry, I forgot to make you tea." After speaking, she ran to the counter, rummaging for something, and after a few seconds, she looked up, somewhat awkwardly asking, "Miss, do you need black tea or coffee?" Melissa shook her head and said, "Thank you, I don't need any." "I don't have a commission," Melissa continued, "I just came to, She didn't know how to continue. "I came to, find someone." "Find someone?" Roseanne was startled, her gaze at Melissa a little strange, clearly not understanding why finding someone was so difficult to say. "Sorry, I'm a bit nervous." Melissa saw Roseanne's strange gaze and immediately lowered her head, averting her eyes, not meeting his gaze, one hand constantly pinching the fingers of her other hand, seemingly genuinely nervous. Roseanne nodded, but still had some doubts. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" Quote. Melissa opened her mouth, then closed it several times. That name was at her throat but she couldn't say it no matter what, as if something was blocking her throat. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After a long time, she took a deep breath and difficultly uttered the name. "Klein. Klein has already been transferred to Backland, didn't he tell you?" Roseanne's expression held a hint of suspicion. She wanted to conceal her doubt, but this young girl, who had neither talent nor experience, did not possess this ability. Her expression and tone both revealed her suspicion. "He told me," Melissa pursed her lips and continued, "we had some conflict before he left, and then we haven't been in contact since. Until now, we haven't received any news about him." "Really?" Roseanne was still suspicious. She didn't think Klein was that kind of person. His temper was very good, and he rarely had conflicts with people, let alone conflicts as serious as this. "You are Klein's," Roseanne looked at Melissa, drawing out her words. Family. Roseanne's gaze swept across the young girl's face, then she suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist and slammed it into her left palm. "You are." Melissa finished Roseanne's unfinished sentence. "My name is Melissa Moretti." "No wonder you and Klein look somewhat similar. You're his younger sister. Klein mentioned you to us." Roseanne's tone grew more and more puzzled. With Klein's personality, even if he had a conflict with his family, it's impossible for there to be no news at all. At least he would report his safety to you, wouldn't he? No news at all. That's why I wanted to come here to see if you have any news of him." Melissa hung her head low, making her expression unclear, but the despondency and sorrow in her tone clearly conveyed her emotions. "Klein sent a letter with Leonard during his first week in Backland, telling us that he had settled down in Backland and was currently staying with a relative in Backland," Roseanne said, while looking up to observe Melissa's reaction. She noticed that Melissa seemed to have some slight subtle movements, but unfortunately, she did not have the ability to analyze the meaning of these small movements, and she couldn't even remember what specific movements she made or when she made them, which frustrated Roseanne. If you'd like, I can write a letter to help you condemn Klein. No need, Melissa immediately shook her head without any hesitation, refusing. No need to trouble yourself. Let him tell us when he's ready. I wanted to ask, Roseanne said, seeing Melissa stand up, seemingly wanting to leave, may I ask why you had a conflict? If what Melissa said was true, then Klein's family problem was not just big, both Melissa and Klein's states were very strange. Melissa's movements paused for a moment. Her silence also made this usually carefree girl feel flustered. Sorry, if I offended, Roseanne waved her hands in front of her rapidly, immediately wanting to retract the question, but then suddenly heard Melissa's voice enter her ears. The young girl lowered her head, took a deep breath, and continued. A very serious, unacceptably small problem. An anomaly. A small problem that's too severe to accept. So is it a big problem or a small problem? Both big and small. Neither big nor small. Even after Melissa left, Roseanne's mind was still in a daze. She felt that Klein's sister's way of speaking was somewhat similar to Klein's. Was she influenced by Klein? Is she also a seer? The girl sat blankly on the sofa, holding the Tingen City Honest Man newspaper, but she wasn't reading it at all. All sorts of thoughts were flying around in her mind, making it difficult for her to calm down. When Dunn arrived in the reception room, he saw Roseanne sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the newspaper in her hand. He took 2 steps closer and stood beside Roseanne, his shadow falling on the newspaper from behind, but the young girl still showed no reaction. She hadn't noticed him and continued to stare blankly at the newspaper. Thump thump thump. Dunn waited for a while, making sure that Roseanne's mind had long since wandered off somewhere, before raising his cane and tapping the log-colored coffee table in front of Roseanne. The sudden sound successfully pulled Roseanne's thoughts back to the Blackthorn Security Company. Roseanne was startled and immediately looked up to her side, instantly spotting her captain. Captain. Roseanne immediately stood up, her back straight, acting unusually well behaved. The word, captain, blurted out, and only then did she realize she didn't need to be so nervous. She chuckled awkwardly, but her back remained straight. Dunn nodded and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Roseanne scratched her hair and whispered, "It's about Klein." Roseanne looked up at Dunn and recounted Melissa's visit to him. If that's the case, Dunn listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed, you should tell Klein. He clearly also found it a bit strange, but it was better to tell Klein about such matters first. Roseanne immediately agreed, I think so too. I'll write to Klein tonight. And please say hello to Klein and Leonard for us. Dunn rubbed his forehead, speaking with a worried tone. I've wanted to write to them for a long time, but I've been a bit busy recently and always forget. Even if he wasn't busy, Captain would still forget, Roseanne mumbled softly. What did you say? As a nightmare, Dunn's hearing was sharp enough to catch Roseanne's mumble, but he still asked. Nothing. Roseanne immediately waved her hand and said, I'm going to think about the letter's content now. With that, Roseanne ran forward 2 steps, then remembered she hadn't taken her newspaper. After 2 seconds of hesitation, she turned and smiled at Dunn, then quickly ran 2 steps to grab the newspaper from the sofa and hurried off, Backland. A magnificent carriage sped down the street, its clip-clop of hooves echoing as it raced towards the Backland Grand Theater. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the carriage and gently pulled open the curtain, revealing a slender eye behind it. That hand seemed like the work of the world's most excellent sculptor, every part of it exuded perfection. The delicate, fair fingers embodied humanity's imagination of beauty. Even without seeing the face, this hand alone was enough to drive many people mad. Triss peered through the window, searching for that figure in the crowd. The divination had given her a hint, her chance to break free from Theosophy Order was here. The hairpin she had given away was also here. Coincidentally, Miss Eve was also there. For some unknown reason, Without any specific justification, Triss always felt that Miss Eve, who was possibly a demoness, would be the key to her breaking free from Theosophy order. Triss, Edsac's cheerful voice drifted from behind Triss, we've arrived. Triss withdrew her gaze, lowered the curtain, and followed Edsac out of the magnificent carriage bearing the royal insignia. Edsac stepped out of the carriage first, then turned around and, quite gentlemanly, extended his hand to Triss, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at her. Triss's body stiffened. She looked up at Edsac's handsome face, then lowered her head, uncomfortably averting her gaze. She placed her hand in Edsac's, using his assistance to step steadily out of the carriage. Triss, I'm very happy. This is your first time proactively going on a date with me. Edsac's tone remained cheerful. Edsac, this isn't a date, Triss interrupted Edsac, correcting him, I just said I wanted to go to the Backland Grand Theatre with you. She could not possibly go on a date with a man. But my dear, isn't this a date? Edsac asked with a smile, you and I, we are lovers. Anything we do anywhere can be called a date. No, it's not, Triss said firmly. She would always adhere to her bottom line, remembering that she was a man, and would never proactively go on a date with another man. All right, my dear Triss, Edsac's tone carried a hint of helplessness, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, if you don't think it is, then it isn't. This guy. Triss looked at Edsac's doting expression, and a flame instantly ignited in her heart. Does he think I'm shy? Triss turned her head away, not looking at him. Edsac, however, seemed accustomed to it, merely smiling and naturally putting his arm around Triss's shoulder, saying, let's go in. Triss nodded silently, allowing Edsac to lead her into the Backland Grand Theatre. The Backland Grand Theatre was Backland's most famous theatre, always known for its elegance. Various performances, such as piano, dance, and musicals, were staged there from time to time. Its lavish decorations and high ticket prices made it an exclusive venue for nobles and the wealthy, with some higher-income middle-class individuals only able to occasionally come here to enjoy music. After Edsac and Triss were seated, a waiter immediately approached with Ormir wine, bowing respectfully as he offered it to Edsac. Miss, is there anything I can help you with? After Edsac took the wine, the waiter remained standing and asked. Triss's gaze was wandering around the theater. Hearing this, she looked up, understood that he was asking what drink she needed, then turned her head away and casually replied, the same as Edsac. Upon hearing Triss directly address Edsac by name, the waiter showed no unusual reaction and respectfully departed. Triss's gaze swept across the rows of seats in the theater, finally spotting the figure she was looking for in the seats below them, near the exit. Look, Miss Eve, Melisse glanced upwards, motioning for Eve to look up, His Royal Highness Edsac and his commoner lover. They seem to have a good relationship. Fright. If they weren't on good terms, they wouldn't have agreed to our request last time, would they? Eve chimed in, saying, although he didn't agree to us interviewing them directly. Opportunities for interviews need to be created, Melisse said with a mix of excitement and certainty in his tone, this news will definitely be mine. I hope so. Compared to Melisse's excitement, Eve's reaction was much more subdued. I just hope my portion of the manuscript fee can exceed the ticket price of the Backland Grand Theatre. Don't worry, I'll reimburse you, Melisse said with a smile. After all, this is an extra expense you incurred helping me with the interview. Many reporters were unwilling to report negative news about the royal family and the parliament, regardless of its veracity, as it was easy to get caught up in political struggles without some ability and background. Melisse was one of those reporters who possessed both ability and background. After multiple persuasions from Melisse, Eve finally agreed to willingly give up this news and help him complete it. The reward was 2/3 of the income generated by the news. If the response was good enough, he could even give all the income to Eve. More than profit, Melisse cared about the prestige the news would bring him. He not only wanted to be the best reporter for the Backland Daily but also the best reporter in Loan, and even the entire northern continent. Why do you know Prince Edsac's schedule? Eve asked symbolically. It's nothing worth mentioning, miss, Melisse said with unhidden pride in his voice. his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. As long as you have enough wealth and connections, you can get any information in this world. Eve echoed him and turned her gaze back to the theater stage. The red curtain slowly opened, and as the conductor's baton waved, music flowed from the stage in all directions. Eve was not a person of refined tastes, but she had studied music for a period. It was a sudden interest and a way to pass the time, learning intermittently a few times, but even so, the long hours and powerful learning ability allowed her to easily master this skill. Melodious music flowed from the strings, drifting throughout the theater. What beautiful music, Melisse turned and whispered to Eve, don't you think so, Miss Eve? Huh, you know, I don't understand it, Eve smiled and said, but its tickets are so expensive, so it must be good. As an ordinary person, Miss Eve becoming an excellent reporter is already very impressive, Melisse said with a slight curl of his lips. In a gentlemanly manner, music, horsemanship, and many other talents all require wealth to support them. Even excluding other factors, just tuition fees alone would cost at least £100 annually. Eve nodded slightly, indicating understanding, then turned her head to look at the stage. Seeing this, Melisse also stopped speaking and quietly enjoyed the music. When the performance was nearly halfway through, Eve stood up and gave Melisse an apologetic smile. Excuse me. Triss rested her head on Edsac's shoulder, seemingly engrossed in the performance, but in reality, she was constantly monitoring Eve's movements below. The moment her gaze met Eve, Triss saw the diamond hairpin she was wearing, the hairpin she had given out in Edsac's name. In that instant, Triss felt her breath catch, and a wave of unease spread through her heart. Normally, Eve wearing the accessory she had given would be very beneficial to her, but Triss always had an inexplicable feeling of trepidation. Especially when she saw the other party leave her seat, her vigilance instantly shot to its highest. Secretly noting the direction Eve had left, she glanced up at Edsac beside her, reached out and gently tugged his sleeve, then whispered in his ear, "Excuse me for a moment." Edsac's eyes held a few strands of a smile. He nodded, placed his right hand on Triss's cheek, leaned down and kissed her eyes. "Go, Triss, I'll wait for you here." Triss habitually closed her right eye, letting Edsac's kiss fall, then raised her hand to remove Edsac's hand from her face, saying, "I'll be right back." With that, Triss turned and left without waiting for Edsac's reply, her movements swift and steady. Though anxious inside, she showed no trace of it on her face. Triss followed the direction Eve had taken, turning into a long corridor. There were only 5 or 6 people scattered along the corridor, making it appear exceptionally spacious. A single glance was enough to take in its entirety. To the right of the arched corridor were a series of hollowed-out designs, also arched, like a row of standing doors, but they had no actual door panels, openly displaying the scenery outside to those in the corridor, a blooming garden. To the left of the corridor were several green plants adorning the somewhat simple stone wall, complemented by the omnipresent floral scent within the corridor, as if the flowers inside and outside had aggressively invaded the corridor, marking their territory with their fragrance. But the demoness's powerful 5 senses allowed Triss to easily distinguish the scent of perfume hidden within the floral fragrance. They blended together, like inseparable twins, deceiving the spectators' noses. Triss scanned the people in the corridor several times but did not find Eve. The time between her and Eve leaving was not long. Normally, she should at least have been able to see her figure. The demoness frowned, looking left and right, quickening her pace, rapidly walking through the corridor, and turning into the washroom. In places like the Backland Grand Theatre, which catered specifically to nobles and the wealthy, washrooms were individual and highly private. Such a design provided Triss with an excellent place for divination. Upon entering the washroom, Triss immediately locked the door and took out the prepared cosmetic mirror. It would have been more convenient to use a magic wand for divination to find someone, but a magic wand was not easy to carry around. In comparison, Triss chose the more discreet magic mirror divination. Triss opened the cosmetic mirror, recalling the style of the diamond hairpin in her mind, constantly perfecting the details, unaware that a hand was quietly approaching her. That slender hand drew closer and closer to her, and without the young woman noticing, it rested on her hand that held the cosmetic mirror. Triss's body suddenly stiffened, her pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, she seemed to lose the ability to speak and could not regain control of her limbs. She hadn't noticed at all. Snap! That hand gently pushed forward, without any force, and Triss's hand closed the cosmetic mirror with its movement. Triss's expression was rigid as she stared straight ahead, dazed for 2 seconds, before her eyes, like a rusty robot, slowly lowered their gaze to that hand. It was a hand that could be called perfect. Even the most excellent artist would find it difficult to convey its beauty, but at this moment, in Triss's eyes, it was more terrifying than a devil's claw. The ring, looking for me. A female voice came from behind Triss, a voice like a melody flowing from a string instrument, beautiful and pleasant. Unfortunately, the only listener present was not in the mood to appreciate it. Triss's hair stood on end, her body stiff. For a moment, she seemed to have lost control of her body. She wanted to put away her compact mirror, then naturally turn around and say, "Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. I'll leave immediately," and then walk away. But after weighing her options, she realized it was impossible. The other party was clearly here for her, so how could she be easily let go? Triss remained in her original posture, stiff, her gaze fixed on the hand resting on her own. The silver compact mirror was exquisitely crafted, its back engraved with numerous intricate patterns, like vines winding and climbing, intertwining to form silver designs. And at this moment, reflected in these intricate patterns were Triss's blurry face and a sea blue eye peeking out from behind her. The reflection behind the mirror was very blurry, but the deep sea blue was still striking, impossible to ignore. Triss's hand trembled slightly. After a long time, a slight ache appeared in her arm, and she slowly lowered it. As Triss lowered her hand, she constantly kept an eye on Miss Eve's every move, her gaze shifting between behind her and her hand. Only when she saw Miss Eve's hand, which had been resting on her own, withdraw, did she relax a little, though she remained tense. "Perhaps you can turn around and look at me," Miss Eve's voice came from behind again. "Miss Triss, I mean no harm." Triss closed her eyes tightly, hiding the panic in her heart, then turned around and said with a normal expression, "Miss Eve is here too." "After all, I am a reporter," Miss Eve said, her hands clasped behind her back, her beautiful face looking exceptionally innocent. "Reporters always chase valuable news, don't they?" Then Miss Eve. Triss paused, then continued, "Have you found any valuable news?" "Of course, without a doubt. Here, no one is more valuable than you, Miss Triss." Miss Eve's gaze swept over Triss's index finger, where a uniquely shaped sapphire ring was worn. She smiled and continued, "Speaking of which, I haven't thanked Miss Triss for the diamond hairpin yet." She reached out and touched the diamond hairpin holding her hair, saying, "Such a precious accessory, I truly don't know how to thank you." "She knows." Triss's heart jolted. She immediately lowered her eyes, trying to conceal her inner shock, and said in a calm tone, "As long as Miss Eve likes it, there's no need for thanks." "No." Miss Eve smiled and shook her head, extending a hand and waving it in front of Triss. Then, that hand closed in front of her and quickly opened again. In her previously empty hand, a silver amethyst ring appeared. "It's nothing precious, but it's my intention." Miss Eve grasped Triss's hand, and under her gaze, slowly placed the amethyst ring on her thumb. Her movements were gentle, yet Triss couldn't refuse. The ring was neither too big nor too small, perfectly fitting Triss's finger, as if it had been custom-made for her. "Please, Miss Triss, accept it." Triss stared blankly at the amethyst ring on her thumb, unsure what expression to use to face the other party. Then, she couldn't help but look at the other ring on her hand, Theosophy Order's sapphire ring, that special ring she could never get rid of. Her intuition told her that this amethyst ring would most likely also be impossible to remove. But now she couldn't even manage a wry smile. Her lips barely curved upwards, using a graceful smile and posture to thank Miss Eve for the gift, and said as if nothing had happened, "Thank you. You're too kind." Miss Eve chuckled lightly, turned sideways past Triss, and smiled, "I hope we can meet again." As her words fell, She opened the restroom door and left in front of Triss, as if she had come specifically to thank her. After Miss Eve left her line of sight, Triss immediately reached out and tried to remove the amethyst ring. Surprisingly, she was able to remove the ring with great ease. The beautiful demoness looked at her thumb with a strange expression. Because of her hurried and panicked movements, a red mark was left on it, reminding her that the ring had indeed resided on her hand temporarily. Triss pursed her lips, her expression growing more serious. She tightly pinched the ring between two fingers, raised it to her eyes, and meticulously examined it, indeed finding an anomaly. On the inner side of the silver ring was a unique pattern entirely composed of hearts and triangles, that was the symbol of the primordial demoness. Miss Eve was clearly acknowledging her identity as a demoness, but she didn't know which primordial demoness she worshipped. Triss speculated that the Chaos Demoness was more likely, and she personally hoped it was the Witch Church rather than Theosophy Order. Within the Witch Church, there had always been controversy regarding the treatment of male demonesses. Although some members believed that male demonesses would inevitably lose control, as a former Orthodox church, no matter what happened internally, externally their attitude towards male demonesses was primarily one of tolerance and acceptance. More importantly, the Witch Church and Theosophy Order had always been in a state of hostility, ever since their establishment, with no reconciliation ever occurring. If it was the Witch Church, she might have a chance to use their power to completely break free from Theosophy Order, but if it was Theosophy Order, then death would be a pleasant ending for Triss. Without a doubt, this was a high-stakes gamble. Triss gritted her teeth, clutched the ring in her hand, and then extended her arm. Such a simple movement, yet she performed it exceptionally slowly and with difficulty, as if what she held in her hand was not a light ring but some unbearable heavy object. Below was the washbasin. If she let go, the ring would fall. Then, if she turned on the faucet, the water flow would wash it away, and it would be difficult to ever see it again. Triss stared intently at the washbasin, her hand clutching the ring loosened slightly, then was immediately tightened again. This repeated until her arm began to ache, yet the ring did not fall. She raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror, seeing her face, her clenched fist, and the uniquely shaped sapphire ring on her finger. Suddenly, Triss seemed to lose all her strength, her arm falling limply to her side, but the ring remained clutched in her hand. She couldn't get rid of it. She couldn't get rid of Theosophy Order on her own. Being found was only a matter of time, or perhaps they already knew her location, watching her hide like a mouse, mocking her foolishness, and then, when needed, finding her. She didn't want to become a vessel for a divine descent. She didn't want to die. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Preparing for the hunt. In the audience of the Backland Grand Theatre. Seeing Miss Eve return, Melisse eagerly asked, "I saw Prince Edsac's commoner lover also leave, shortly after you did, and in the same direction. Did you two run into each other?" He seemed exceptionally eager, even leaning forward to ask before Miss Eve had a chance to sit back down. "Ah, that's such a pity." Miss Eve's face showed some surprise. "I didn't notice her at all." Hearing this, Melisse's face immediately showed some displeasure, his brows furrowed, and he pulled back his leaning body, complaining, "That's truly terrible, Miss Eve. You've lost a journalist's basic keenness today. I apologize." Melisse opened his mouth, as if to say more, but after opening and closing it, he finally just sighed, saying nothing. The topic ended in their silence. Tickets for the Backland Grand Theatre were divided into 3 types: morning, afternoon, and evening. The theater provided cakes and drinks to the spectators, though none were free, and they were more expensive than normal prices. Miss Eve and Melisse had bought morning tickets. The performance was supposed to last all morning, but neither of them watched the entire show. When Edsac left, Melisse immediately followed him. He returned with a somewhat frustrated expression, seemingly unsuccessful. With Edsac's side of failure, Melisse placed his hopes on Triss. As the heroine of this love story, information about Cinderella Triss was also very important. Melisse entrusted the important task of persuading Triss to Miss Eve, believing that women were easier to approach by women. But after much deliberation, Melisse decided to go with Miss Eve to persuade Triss, with Miss Eve leading and him assisting. Triss had not left her seat after her first departure, staying until the end of the performance. Only then did they seize the opportunity of Edsac leaving to speak with Triss alone. To Melisse's surprise, the conversation went exceptionally smoothly, so smoothly that he wondered if he was dreaming. His upward curved lips didn't drop even after he was in the carriage leaving. Miss Eve bought some bread and milk on the way to restock the food at home, then returned home to open her mailbox and take out her subscribed newspapers and magazines, preparing to spend a leisurely afternoon. In between, after receiving a prayer from Klein, she cast an illusion on him, then lay on the sofa, reading the newspaper sideways until Rirui and Klein returned home one after another at dusk, when she finally got up. "How's your business, Mr. Sherlock?" Miss Eve looked up, glanced at Klein who was taking off his coat at the door, propped up her upper body, placed the newspaper on the coffee table, then lazily sat up, stretched, and asked. "Very good." Klein leaned his cane against the wall and replied cheerfully, "A cheating spouse investigation. A detective's scope of work is just that broad. The first manager of Kaoyam Company, the client is his wife, Madame Mary," Klein continued, "to receive a wealthy client's commission so quickly, it seems Ian's publicity is already having an effect." The information Merceau provided included many scandals and leverages of politicians, some nobles, and wealthy individuals. This gentleman happened to be among them, so I directly gave Madame Mary photos of him meeting his mistress. Klein couldn't help but smile, his tone light. The lady was stunned, looking at the photos several times in disbelief until she confirmed that the person in the photos was indeed her husband, not someone impersonating him, before she confidently paid the reward. Miss Eve rested her hand on her chin, leaning sideways on the sofa, and said, "If Madame Mary publicizes this matter, it will definitely bring you considerable fame." "That would be great." Klein picked up the trench coat from the hanger, putting it on as he spoke, "but I need to prioritize my debts right now." "Let's go." "Ah." Miss Eve let out a seemingly unwilling sound from her throat, but there was no emotion in her voice, like a machine learning human conversation. At the same time, her body slid off the sofa like jelly, sitting on the floor, her upper body still leaning against the sofa, her arms propped on its edge, her head tilted back, her hair spread out on the dark leather. "All right." 2 seconds later, Miss Eve slowly stood up, her movements always exuding a lazy aura, not the laziness brought by fatigue, but the feeling of sluggishness after a long sleep, making Klein a little envious. "Is Rirui coming with us?" Klein's gaze moved up, looking back at the sofa, where a black lump was lying on its far left, rising and falling. He asked. Miss Eve also turned her head to look at the black cat curled up on the sofa, gently stroked her rising and falling belly, then somewhat forcefully pulled her tail out while holding her in her arms, saying, "If you don't come, we'll pack dinner for you." "I'll only eat packed food even if I go." Rirui poked her head out and slapped Miss Eve's hand, which was messily touching her tail, with her paw. "You might as well bring me some biscuits." Miss Eve rubbed the back of her hand and said with a mournful expression, "So fierce, so heartless." Each word was drawn out, making Rirui raise her paw and hit her 2 more times. "I'm going out with you," she said while hitting her. "I'd be embarrassed by you." "All right then, you stay home and wait for us to come back." Miss Eve shook her hand, slowly straightened up, walked towards Klein, placed her hand on his shoulder, while raising her other hand, pointing her thumb in the direction of the black cat. Then, the space in the house began to distort, and all the colors began to become more vibrant, flowing outwards. Alas, she used to be very cute. The 2 figures disappeared from the room, leaving only a teasing voice abruptly drifting in the empty space. Rhodes Islands. Klein, in the appearance of Gehrman, stepped onto the ground of Rhodes Islands. "She's still cute now," Klein said after landing. "Rirui has never hit me." After speaking, Klein's gaze, with a hint of disapproval, drifted to Miss Eve, signaling her to look for the reason within herself. Miss Eve seemed not to have received the message from Klein, letting out two HMPHS, and punched Klein's shoulder twice, saying, "Fragile mage, one punch from her and you'd be down for at least 3 days." "My combat skills are very good," Klein retorted, covering his shoulder, then lowered his head, looking at the ground and muttering softly, "Though I am a bit fragile." "Speaking of which, does the sanguine pathway provide such a great boost to strength?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Not really, but they have many enhancement skills and potions." Hearing this, Klein silently looked at Miss Eve. Miss Eve seemed not to feel Klein's gaze, walking ahead on her own, but still defended herself. "Rirui always drinks potions to enhance her strength and speed before fighting." Finally, she added, "Instead of focusing on me, you should focus on your target for tonight's hunt." She raised her hand, pointing at a blond man beside a small stall ahead, Fiery Danitz. "His bounty is 3,000 pounds. Hunt him, and your debt will disappear. Among the pirates on Rhodes Islands that you are capable of hunting, there's probably no one with a higher bounty than him." "No." Klein looked in the direction Miss Eve was pointing, shook his head, and said, "They are more like treasure hunters than pirates, and I already have a preferred candidate for tonight and have made preparations for the hunt." A magician never performs without preparation. Entanglement. Next to the stall, a tall, blond man was sifting through barrels of cheap brandy when he suddenly shivered, a chill running through him. "What's going on?" Danitz mumbled to himself, looking around, but found no suspicious individuals. However, out of a hunter's caution, he quickly ended his entanglement with the boss, paid enough money, and left the spot, preparing to return to the Golden Dream. But he hadn't walked far when Danitz saw a tall figure bumping into him. "Shit." Danitz cursed inwardly, immediately dodging to the side, but the figure also turned slightly, crashing straight into his arms. "You're no fun," Lena said, her round, almond-shaped eyes looking somewhat innocent, yet her slightly upturned corners were full of charm. She glared at Danitz in feigned anger, complaining, "Sometimes I really wonder if you're even an Intis man." A normal Intis man, Lena took a step back, spread her arms, and hugged the wine bottle she had been holding in her right hand, saying coyly, "Would have me in his arms by now, coaxing me with, 'Baby,' and 'Sweetheart.'" Danitz quickly retreated several steps, stopping only when he was at least 5 meters away from Lena. "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" Lena shook the wine bottle, smiling. The Black Rose of the Sea had clearly just come ashore. She wasn't wearing the dresses she usually wore on land, but a tight, practical outfit of trousers and a top. Her fair face was flushed with 2 rosy spots, as if she had drunk a lot of wine. Danitz cursed Lena as a sick pervert in his heart, but dared not show it on his face. By the storm, Danitz swore that when he found out Lena was a man, even the Lord of Storms would have found his shock unimaginable. As the famous Black Rose of the Sea, even though Lena had killed many of her lovers, there were still many men vying to get close to her. Danitz had no other intentions towards Lena, nor did he dare to, but he was still a little proud when he learned that Lena had some interest in him. Until the captain informed him that Lena used to be a man. Danitz no longer remembered what his expression was at the time, but the laughter of his companions still seemed to echo in his ears. "Shit," Danitz cursed inwardly. Because of this, he had been mocked by the other crew members for a full 6 months. If he wasn't weaker, Danitz would definitely land 3 punches on her face right now. "Want to go for a drink?" "My treat, drink as much as you want." Lena took 2 steps forward, trying to grab Danitz's hand, but saw Danitz immediately retreat another 5 or 6 steps. Danitz's gaze fell on the wine bottle in Lena's hand. If it weren't for the sudden strange feeling, he would have also gone to a tavern after purchasing enough brandy to drink a group of people under the table. That strange feeling couldn't be because of her, could it? Danitz thought suspiciously, his face showing no hesitation as he refused, "No thanks, I need to go back and report the supply situation to the captain." Lena raised her eyebrows, her eyes remaining clear. She straightened up, looking at the blond man with a mournful expression, like an abandoned innocent girl. Their entanglement didn't last long, but by now, many people had gathered around them, subtly forming a circle. Many of these people were drawn by Lena's beauty, clenching their fists, ready to comfort the injured beauty as soon as Danitz left. The rest were there to watch the commotion, seeing a crowd had gathered. A large crowd easily leads to commotion. Eve was bored in the tavern, counting the bubbles in her beer, and also heard the commotion outside. The girl slightly raised her head, making a listening gesture, taking in the commotion outside the tavern. It was a man and a woman entangled outside, but the specifics were unclear. Eve heard voices saying it was a couple breaking up, some saying the woman was pestering a married man, others saying the man was abandoning the woman. In short, there were all sorts of explanations. There were also some seemingly unrelated casual talks, and one voice sounded somewhat familiar to Eve. After a moment's thought, she found the demoness of pleasure who had caused a commotion in the tavern in her memory. Eve became a little interested, picked up her wine glass, and prepared to go out and watch the fun to pass the time. When she went out, many people had already gathered around the two. Eve sat on a chair outside the tavern with her wine glass, looking at the circle. Her gaze, through the gaps in the crowd, fell on the man and woman in the center. At this sight, Eve immediately found it somewhat amusing. They were all acquaintances, though they didn't know her. One was Flaming Danitz, a hunting target she had recommended to Klein but was not adopted. The other was Black Rose, Lena, the little demoness she had once startled. Eve took a few sips from her wine glass, watching the good show before her. After briefly listening to a few sentences of their conversation, Eve roughly guessed the situation. The demoness had taken a liking to the pirate and wanted a one-night stand. As they continued to entangle, their distance grew closer and closer. Just as Lena's hand was about to grab Danitz, Eve slightly tilted her head, thought for a second, then raised her wine glass and nodded towards Lena. Lena's attention was immediately drawn. She then realized that the powerful Beander she had encountered that day was actually sitting outside the tavern, and she didn't know how long she had been watching. The mature and beautiful lady raised her arm, swept the black curly hair from her face, smiled sweetly, and said to Danitz, "I'm not interested in you anymore." Then, she walked cheerfully towards Eve. Danitz breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he was truly afraid he might blurt out that Lena was a man. If he really did that, that guy would definitely kill him. After Lena left, Danitz's body relaxed, no longer tense. With a touch of curiosity, he looked in the direction Lena had gone. He saw Lena enthusiastically greeting an exceptionally beautiful woman. Danitz had never seen such a beautiful woman. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. She's not a demoness too, is she? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into Danitz's head, and he immediately came to his senses, his expression somewhat grim. If she's a demoness, who knows if she used to be a man or a woman? Danitz cursed inwardly, somewhat irritably scratching his blonde hair, and shouted at the increasingly restless crowd around him, "What are you looking at?" Danitz also had a considerable reputation on the sea, and many in the crowd had already recognized him. At his shout, the noise in the crowd immediately subsided significantly, but they still lingered. But Danitz himself didn't want to deal with them. After shouting, he turned and left the area. He moved very quickly, as if someone was chasing him. The middleman. Lena jogged a few steps, her pace light, and arrived at Eve's table, completely ignoring the people whispering around them. She sat down opposite Eve and asked sweetly, "It's truly a pleasant surprise, Your Excellency is here as well." Eve looked up and scanned the surrounding crowd, not speaking. "Don't you like them?" Lena stood up, supporting herself on the table with both arms, and said, "I can drive them all out." "No need." Eve shook her head, put down her glass of ale, which was still a third full, and said, "Let's go somewhere else." Then, Eve suddenly said, "Want to go for a drink together?" "It's on me, drink as much as you like." The familiar words made Lena pause slightly. She quickly recovered without any awkwardness, praising with a natural expression, "Your Excellency, you are truly too generous." "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I know a tavern, the Flying Fish Tavern, perhaps you'll like it." Lena recommended proactively, her attitude showing a hint of eagerness. Eve didn't speak, just nodded slightly in agreement. But Lena wasn't deterred by Eve's somewhat cool attitude. She remained cheerful, constantly finding topics to talk about along the way. "Come to the Flying Fish Tavern to find me after the hunt," Eve sent the message to Klein, while also taking the time to respond to Lena's insipid small talk. Who? After running an unknown distance, even Danitz, with his strong physique, began to gasp for breath. It felt as if a razor blade was stuck in his throat, each inhale and exhale accompanied by a dull ache. Gradually, his steps slowed, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he finally stopped in place. Danitz caught his breath, only to smell a faint scent of blood in the air. Shit. Danitz felt he needed to go to a church to pray for himself, if he could even enter a church. The beliefs on Rhodes Islands were mixed, but there were only 2 churches, the Lord of Storms and the Sea God. As a pirate, Danitz was not welcomed by the Orthodox churches, and as an Intis native, he was not welcomed by the local sea god worshippers either. Evening and night were good times for adventurers to hunt pirates. Danitz speculated that a certain adventurer might be processing his prey. The hunter's keen sense of smell quickly led him to the source of the blood. Danitz looked in the direction of the alley, then retracted his gaze, preparing to take a detour and not disturb the unknown brother's hunt. Flaming Danitz. A stern voice suddenly came from the direction of the alley. Danitz immediately turned his head and saw a cold-faced man standing at the previously empty alley entrance, looking at him. He was wearing a black trench coat, and there were several very dark, deep-colored spots on the hem and chest, whether from the design of the clothes or bloodstains left from killing. Danitz immediately became wary. This man was very likely an adventurer. "That's me," Danitz said loudly. "Brother, do you need something?" "I need a middleman," Klein, in Gehrman's appearance, said emotionlessly and rather coldly. Huh. For a moment, Danitz suspected he had misheard. He rubbed his ears and asked in disbelief, "You want me, a pirate, to be your middleman?" "I'm a famous great pirate." After speaking, Danitz paused, then asked, "Who is your prey?" "Val Bells," Klein replied, "bounty of 2,500 pounds. When mentioning the bounty, Klein gave Danitz a regretful look. Giant, Val Bells. Danitz couldn't help but curse, shit, again in his heart. He had encountered a formidable fellow. Giant, Val Bells, even he would have to expend a lot of effort to subdue him, and killing him would be even harder. Yet this adventurer didn't look like he had just been through a fierce battle. Even with the aid of traps, it showed that this guy's strength was formidable enough. Klein turned sideways, leaving a passable opening in the narrow alley entrance, then raised his chin, signaling Danitz that he could go in and look. Danitz immediately waved his hand in refusal. In such a narrow passage, traps could easily be set. How could he possibly step into it? But Klein's attitude also made Danitz realize that he was most likely not lying. In fact, Danitz also privately hoped that the other party wasn't lying, because given the current situation, if this was a lie, the other party was very likely after him. "Actually, I can help you find a middleman." Danitz chuckled twice, glancing at Klein, observing his expression. Danitz estimated that he might not lose a fight, but he definitely wouldn't gain anything. He might as well help him find a middleman, it wasn't a troublesome matter anyway. He believed he had some connections on Rhodes Islands. Klein originally wanted to explain that he just needed a middleman, but before he could speak, he realized that Danitz had already understood his meaning. The words that were about to come out were swallowed back down. Klein slowly nodded, conveying his meaning to Danitz. Are you going to look for him with me?" Danitz was about to turn and leave, but suddenly thought of a question. He twisted his waist and sharply turned back. If he went alone, the other party might worry about him escaping. But if they went together, the corpse left here might be taken advantage of by others. However, carrying a corpse or a head would be too conspicuous. Klein didn't answer, instead, he turned and walked back into the deep alley. Before the doubt in Danitz's heart could surface, he saw the adventurer emerge carrying an iron briefcase. A strong smell of blood emanated from the briefcase. Shit. Danitz couldn't help but curse again in his heart. This guy was actually going to carry ahead with him to find a middleman. Let's go. Klein carried the briefcase, and the strong smell of blood surrounded him, making it so strong that Klein could barely smell any other odors. Danitz looked at the expressionless Klein, and finally, resignedly, found a middleman for him nearby, wanting to get away quickly. However, just as Danitz was about to leave, Klein called out to him again. What is it now? Danitz felt that he really needed to go to a church to pray for himself. Aren't you charging a commission fee? Klein looked at Danitz strangely, unable to believe that there was actually someone in this world who would work without pay. Commission fee. Danitz was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected to get a commission fee, but after realizing it, he immediately nodded. It was also Klein's first time giving a commission fee to a pirate, and he wasn't sure of the market price. After 2 seconds of thought, he said, let's discuss it at the Flying Fish Tavern. Negotiating on his own might risk overpaying, but with Eve, an experienced player, it would be different. Meeting again. Flying Fish Tavern. Danitz seriously considered the suggestion. He didn't understand why they couldn't talk there. Perhaps there was someone the adventurer knew in the Flying Fish Tavern. However, he wasn't worried, because the Flying Fish Tavern also had crew members from the Golden Dream, and many of his companions were regulars there. Perhaps there would be other sailors who decided to drop by, and the actual number might be more than he estimated. In short, the Flying Fish Tavern was a good choice for Danitz. There, the dangers he could imagine were far below his assessed safety level. After what he considered a perfect deliberation, Danitz slightly raised his chin and agreed to the other party's suggestion. Klein took in all of Danitz's expressions. He had to say that Mr. Danitz's ability to manage his expressions was clearly subpar, but for a pirate, only strength mattered. Perhaps at sea, being simple-minded and strong would be a compliment. Of course, the premise was that Emperor Rosal had also brought this saying to this world. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and didn't continue to ponder. After witnessing Rosal's many inventions, he no longer had the desire to complain. Or rather, he was too lazy to complain anymore. Complaining every time he encountered one of Rosal's inventions was undoubtedly a difficult task. There were simply too many of them. Klein subconsciously reached out his right hand, but found nothing beside him. Then, he naturally placed his hand on the table and said, "You lead the way." Huh. Danitz looked at the adventurer in front of him in surprise, suspecting that his ears had been deceived by an invisible mystery person. Otherwise, how could he have heard such words? He raised his hand and vigorously rubbed his ears, pinching his earlobes with 2 fingers. "What did you say? Lead the way." Klein repeated it again. He knew what Danitz was surprised about. In Danitz's eyes, he might have gone from a new adventurer with some strength to a new adventurer with some strength but also a problematic mind. After a second of thought, Klein decided to defend himself. "My companion is there, but she only told me to find her there, not the specific route." In fact, Klein suspected that Eve didn't know the way to the Flying Fish Tavern either, though she could know if she wanted to. Eve had said that she only occasionally hunted pirates at sea, and Klein guessed this, occasionally, meant at least 20 years, because Eve had once tried to find a restaurant from 20 years ago, and now it had become a hotel. But even so, she could quickly find useful connections to solve the middleman problem. Due to the huge difference in their meander pathways, even with such a close relationship as siblings, Klein couldn't use his magic wand to divine Eve's location. As for the Flying Fish Tavern, he hadn't heard of it before, lacked sufficient information, and had no relevant items, so he also couldn't locate it through divination. It just so happened that a pirate appeared in front of him, not only solving his middleman problem but also saving him the trouble of asking for directions, which was very practical. This time, Danitz was sure that what he heard were the words, "Lead the way." As Klein expected, his first reaction was to suspect that the adventurer had a problem with his brain, and he even looked at him with a hint of pity. "All right," Danitz paused, then decided to kindly remind him, You and your companion are both newcomers, aren't you? I see you're strong, but the sea isn't just about strength. No, that's not right either. Alas, in short, your current strength isn't strong enough, so you can't just rely on strength. Klein followed behind Danitz, listening to his advice, but gave no response. Do you want to consider joining our golden dream? Danitz suddenly said. You're strong, and our treatment is very good. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Klein was stunned for a second, seemingly not expecting Danitz to suddenly try to recruit him, an adventurer who made a living by hunting pirates. He couldn't help but frown slightly and refused the overly abrupt invitation. Danitz, having been rejected, didn't show any embarrassment. He casually scratched his hair and said, all right, if you change your mind later, you can come find me. You know me, fiery, Danitz. Oh, by the way, what's your name? It was then that Danitz realized he didn't know the other party's name yet. Gehrman Sparrow. Klein nodded and said. There was nothing wrong with befriending a well-known and not-so-bad pirate, even if he was a bit noisy. Gehrman. Danitz repeated, frowning deeply, looking up at the sky, and trying hard to recall for a while, but he didn't think of any useful information. He irritably scratched his head and muttered, I think I've heard that name before. Klein was a little surprised. He hadn't hunted pirates many times, and he rarely revealed his name, so he didn't expect to have left his name at sea, even if he wasn't famous. Danitz quickly gave up thinking and started chattering about other things, most of which were his great achievements. However, Danitz quickly closed his mouth. He hadn't received any response from Gehrman, which made him feel like a talking to himself fool. Of course, the occasional from Gehrman's mouth was not considered a response in Danitz's eyes. He didn't even open his mouth. Danitz gradually quieted down, and Klein had no interest in exploring why he had closed his mouth. He followed Danitz into the Flying Fish Tavern. The Flying Fish Tavern wasn't far. The two quickly reached their destination by public carriage. After pushing open the door, Danitz immediately saw a few acquaintances. He raised his hand, about to greet them, when he heard a cold voice from beside him. Follow me. Danitz was startled, then saw Gehrman walking towards a table, and the people at that table were all people he knew, Black Rose Lena and that exceptionally beautiful woman. Danitz was a little puzzled as to why Lena was so low-key. She always loved to be the center of attention wherever she went, but at this moment, she was like any inconspicuous pirate, no, even more low-key than an inconspicuous pirate. Even the most inconspicuous pirate in a tavern would gather with 3 or 5 people to drink and brag loudly, instead of quietly sitting at a round table drinking like them. This doubt only lingered in Danitz's mind for a brief second. He didn't even have time to think, but his feet had already followed Klein, step by step, towards that table. Hey, Lena swayed her wine glass, looking at Danitz with a smile. Look who it is, my dear, fiery, Danitz, do you regret it? Too bad, I don't have time to deal with others right now. Danitz looked at Lena's beautiful face, his heart filled with nothing but the desire to punch her hard. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but then suddenly realized that this matter seemed to somewhat damage the heroic image of blazing Danitz. All his words immediately got stuck in his throat, only letting out a vague, He rolled his eyes, looked at Klein beside him, then threw an arm around his shoulder and said, just taking my brother out to have some fun. After speaking, he secretly looked up and frantically winked at Klein, blinking rapidly, hoping the other party would understand his meaning. Klein saw Danitz's eyes blinking rapidly and was somewhat curious if the other party really thought his actions were subtle. He found it a bit amusing. After receiving the message from Danitz, Klein didn't know whether to expose him. Not understanding the full situation, he chose to remain silent, neither admitting nor denying it. But for Danitz, the other party not denying it on the spot and letting him save face was enough. Klein no longer paid attention to Danitz, turning his head to look at the lady who had been talking to Danitz, Lena, who was sitting next to Eve. He had seen her on a wanted poster, Black Rose, Lena of the Sea, with a bounty even higher than Danitz's. The adventurer's gaze was not subtle, and the other party quickly noticed his observation. Lena saw Klein's gaze fall upon her. She habitually curved the corners of her eyes slightly upwards, leaned back, and her gaze, like threads of pulled honey, drifted languidly towards Klein. Klein paused slightly, seemingly not expecting Lena to react this way. He uncomfortably shifted his gaze, turning instead to Eve. An accident, but not bad, right? Eve spread her hands, saying nonchalantly, and shook the menu in her hand, "I've already ordered." Lena looked at Eve, then at Klein, her beautiful eyes flitting between the two. She then sat up straight and asked with a smile, "And this is my brother?" Brother? Lena's eyes held a hint of scrutiny as she looked at their dissimilar faces. She put away her charming smile, her waist still held straight. "Hey, buddy, this is your sister." Compared to Lena's silence, Danitz was much more direct. He pointed directly at Eve, his face showing obvious surprise and disbelief, and said in a very loud voice, "But you two don't look alike at all." Gehrman had merged with Zhou Mingrui's facial features, but Eve was not Zhou Mingzhen. The smile in Eve's eyes grew wider. She tossed the menu in her hand upwards, caught it steadily after it spun twice in the air, then tossed and caught it again, repeating the action, and said, "Don't we?" Lena's body stiffened, and she cursed Danitz in her heart, thinking he was the stupidest idiot in the world. Danitz was about to speak, but then saw Klein bend down and easily take the menu from Eve's hand. He came back to his senses, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized he had forgotten what he was going to say. Danitz frowned, preparing to recall, but was suddenly drawn by the pain on the back of his hand. He turned his head and looked at his hand resting on Klein's shoulder. A crimson, slender wound was slowly oozing blood, and the culprit was using the weapon to pry his hand off his shoulder. Klein looked at the few drops of blood on the top of the menu, threw it onto the dining table with a smack, and looked up, his eyes deep, at Danitz. "Please mind your social distance, Mr. Pirate." Eve crossed her hands, resting her chin on them, her sea blue, expressive eyes like a calm sea, watching the person in front of her without a ripple. Danitz was stunned for a moment, then all the hairs on his body stood on end. A dangerous sense of unease inexplicably appeared in Danitz's mind, frantically kicking at his intuition. Although his brain had not yet analyzed the current situation, he still understood that he had said the wrong thing. The sense of unease appeared inexplicably but was too strong. He hesitated for 2 seconds, and in these brief 2 seconds, the unease grew even stronger, as if it wanted to break free and punch and kick Danitz. Things did not seem as simple as Danitz thought. Without further hesitation, "I'm sorry," immediately blurted out. "I'm very sorry, However, it was clear that this pirate gentleman was not experienced in apologizing. He, ed, and, ed, for a long time without clearly expressing himself. Of course, this should be related to his not knowing the cause of the conflict. HMPH. Eve suddenly let out a scoff from her throat. In an instant, the gazes of all three fell upon her. Lena's heart immediately tightened, fearing that this unknown conflict would affect her, while Danitz remained confused. Under the gazes of the three, Eve spread open the blood-stained menu and said, "Order." Klein sat down generously and picked up the menu to order, while Danitz looked at Eve, then at Klein, surveying each of the three, finally letting his gaze fall on Eve, and hesitantly took a seat. After ordering, Danitz went to the counter to borrow a clean cloth and tightly wrapped it around his palm twice to stop the bleeding. After the meal, Klein proactively brought up the intermediary fee and paid Danitz a fair price. Unexpectedly, Eve paid for everyone, which undoubtedly relieved Lena and Danitz. "Do I look very ferocious?" Eve held the grilled fish prepared for Rui and walked side by side with Klein on the street, heading towards a secluded spot. "No," Klein said. "I'm not going to kill him, just make him uncomfortable for a while," Eve scoffed. "I know," Klein looked straight ahead and continued, "but you feel offended." "How so?" "Because I feel offended," Klein explained. He knew that Eve's feelings would only be stronger in this matter. The identity he used at the time was Gehrman, who resembled Zhou Mingrui. That wound also contained Klein's own anger, even though he knew it wasn't Danitz's fault. It was just that he was the first person to bring this up, so he unluckily bore their wrath. Undoubtedly, when facing the second person to raise this question, their behavior would definitely be much more polite. Eve's footsteps paused imperceptibly, then she continued to lift her foot, walking forward with the crisp sound of her heels hitting the ground. You'll get used to it. Can you get used to something like this? Klein quickened his pace, catching up to Eve, and asked with a frown. Even if they were much more polite when facing similar situations in the future, he didn't think the feeling of being offended in his heart would decrease. There's nothing one can't get used to. Your family. Klein remained silent, offering no reply, and the topic faded into the gentle night. The crimson moon hung in the sky, and the setting sun still lingered, both figures somewhat blurred and faintly glowing behind the clouds. Eve led Klein back home, lifted the grilled fish she was carrying twice, then casually placed it on the dining table. Rui. There was no sign of the black cat in the living room. Eve called out, but received no response. Is Rui not home? Klein took off his coat and hung it on the rack by the door. Although Rui ignoring Eve was normal, when they returned from going out, if Rui was home, she would usually be waiting for them in the living room or bedroom. Eve said nonchalantly, I don't know where she ran off to. We'll just leave dinner on the table, and she'll eat it herself. Grilled fish loses its taste if left out too long, she continued. I hope she comes back soon. But regrettably, it wasn't until Eve and Klein said goodnight and were preparing to rest that Rui, carrying a chill, jumped in through the window. Hey, Eve said, crossing her arms and frowning, why didn't you come back later? Then I would have already been asleep and wouldn't have to prepare your dinner again. With that, she seemed very unwillingly to pick up the grilled fish from the dining table and walked into the kitchen. Don't mind her, meow, Rui said, pressing a paw on Klein's arm. If she really didn't want to, she would use her Beander powers. In fact, sometimes she's quite willing to find little troubles for herself. Although she truly hates trouble, it seems contradictory, doesn't it? Klein tilted his head slightly, then instantly stopped, as if deep in thought. After 2 seconds, he pursed his lips and nodded, asking, where did you go? As he spoke, Klein reached out and held Rui in his arms, stroking the black cat's soft, cool fur rhythmically, occasionally scratching her chin. Rui cooperated by tucking her limbs beneath her, lazily sprawling on Klein's lap, enjoying the petting. The stray animals of Backland told me they found a terrifying fellow. A terrifying fellow. As an official Beander, Klein subconsciously thought of the former Kilangos, and his heart immediately grew wary. Yes, according to the description, it should be a huge dog, meow. Rui twitched her ears, wanting to purr, but she held back. Although she was just a cat, she was also an old sister. So it was just a dog, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking about it carefully, a terrifying fellow in the mouths of stray animals being a huge dog was actually quite a reasonable thing. Klein felt that if he changed this incident slightly, it could be included in the LotM joke collection. Although it wasn't that funny, it was enough for a LotM joke. A huge dog is indeed quite dangerous, whether for stray animals or people, Klein coughed and said, so, did you find it? Not yet, Rui shook her head. That fellow has been in Backland for a while. At first, only a few stray animals saw it, then more and more animals noticed it, and finally, it was reported to me. The animals of Backland don't recognize it, it should be an outsider. Meow. And it hasn't appeared in the few gathering spots for stray animals in Backland, so it might have an owner. The animals of Backland are very scared of its appearance, they think it's very terrifying. A dog with an owner would be much safer, Klein thought to himself. At least with an owner watching it, it wouldn't randomly harm people. Have you often been away from home recently because of this? Klein continued to ask, does my old sister know about this? Rui shook her body, jumped off Klein's lap, and lay on the sofa, musing, even without this matter, I often wander outside. I am a free, working cat. As for Eve, I don't think she knows. After all, it's not something worthy of her attention, and I haven't told her. At this point, the black cat's mood seemed to sink. She glanced at Klein, then slowly turned around, leaving Klein with a dark, furry back, and said, "She never came to ask me, so I don't need to tell her." Klein looked at the black cat curled up on the sofa, his dark brown eyes cunningly blinked, a few glints of light flashing. He suppressed the upward curve of his lips, leaned down slightly, and asked, "Was Eve very attentive to you before?" From his Fushi vantage point, Klein couldn't see Ru Rui's full face, but he clearly caught the faint twitching of her triangular ears. "Meow, she used to always like to hold me. Before I hated the sun, she often took me to bask in it. She would lie on a lounge chair, and I would lie on her belly. After about half an hour, she would move me up, occasionally lowering her head to sniff me." Ru Rui turned around, facing Klein with her right side as she recalled. "She said she really liked the way I smelled after being sprinkled with sunlight." When talking about the past, Ru Rui's face showed no obvious change in expression, but her tone was clearly relaxed. Yet, in an instant, as if she remembered something, her tone suddenly dropped. "But I like darkness." "Even if you like darkness, old sister must still like you." Klein immediately defended Eve. "Like me enough to pet other cats right in front of me, is that it, meow?" "Ah. No," although Klein had a feeling this conversation was heading in a strange direction. "Are you trying to say, even though she petted other cats, the cat she loves most is still me?" Ru Rui watched Klein hesitate and nod, then scoffed, "I'll sleep with her but marry you, is that it?" Klein didn't react for a moment, staring blankly at the black cat in front of him. Surprised, "Meow. I've lived with Eve for over 1,000 years. Ru Rui pushed up with her front paws, changing from lying to sitting, and faced Klein again, saying, "I know more than just that phrase, much more. Do you want to know?" Klein didn't answer, he instinctively shifted his body back a couple of times. "Although I don't fully understand, I don't believe that the thousands of years I, Medici, Ouroboros, and she have spent together can't compare to the special bond between you and her." Klein's heart skipped a beat. A sudden sense of panic and absurdity overwhelmed him. His hands, hanging at his sides, unconsciously clenched, fingernails digging deep into his palms, as if blood would flow at any moment. Ru Rui watched Klein intently. She slowly raised a paw and gently placed it on his tightly clenched hand, saying, "Klein, Zhou Mingrui, consider us family, your family. Your name is really awkward and hard to write, but we learned it before we even met you." Klein still seemed somewhat dazed, as if unable to react. After a long time, his eyes regained some clarity. He lowered his head, looking left and right uncomfortably, and softly said, "I still don't want to call you old sister." "That's fine, meow. You often don't call Eve old sister either, and Medici has never called her that." "Sorry, I need a little time." Klein looked up, directly into Ru Rui's eyes, and said, "After all, this isn't something that can change in an instant." Ru Rui nodded, "We also need time, but Eve already gave us that time before we met you." The black cat paused, then added, "You prepared to interact with us, but you don't seem to intend to treat us as family." "Actually, I can't be sure. After all, it's just a very subtle feeling, but your panic when I said, I don't believe that the thousands of years I, Medici, Ouroboros, and she have spent together can't compare to the special bond between you and her, made me realize I wasn't mistaken." Indeed, Klein smiled bitterly and silently. Even he hadn't noticed this point. Ru Rui watched Klein, no longer speaking. A quiet silence fell between the man and the cat. After a long time, Klein finally asked, "Who is Medici?" "He seems to have recovered," Ru Rui observed silently in her heart, then said, "Your brother." An expected answer. Klein stroked his chin, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Do you really care if Eve pets other cats in front of you? Am I such a petty cat? Then Eve isn't as attentive to you as before. If she were to fall one day, I would definitely be in her last words, if she could leave any. Did Eve tell you about our encounter on Rhodes Islands?" "No, why?" "Roseanne's letter. Last night, Eve heard everything, but she never said anything, as if she didn't know, and Klein tacitly did not mention it. The next morning, before leaving, he routinely checked his mailbox and unexpectedly found a letter addressed to him. It was from Roseanne. He woke up later today, so Klein missed the time to eat breakfast and read the letter at home. He could only put it in his pocket, grab a piece of bread, and rush out the door, eating breakfast on his way to work. However, he didn't have time to open the envelope until lunchtime. Dear Klein, how are you doing in Backland? Although you haven't been gone for long, I still have to say, we all miss you and Leonard very much. The captain and Ms. Daly are progressing very quickly. Although Ms. Daly is unilaterally pushing it, the captain is still so conservative. Old Neil wants to treat you to dinner when you return. Originally, he was responsible for teaching you Beander knowledge, but such a serious accident occurred, forcing you to self-study through your initial period in the Beander world. Old Neil feels very apologetic about this. Although I told him that your self-study might not be worse than his teaching, and that it wasn't his fault, he stubbornly believes he owes you, just as stubborn as many elderly people I've met. Do people become stubborn as they age? Will I too? Oh, by the way, there's another important matter. Kohenry is getting married. He's holding his wedding with his fiancée in Tingen. This is truly surprising and happy news. I originally thought it would take much longer. However, the specific date of the wedding has not yet been set. If it doesn't happen by October this year, it will likely be in May next year. Once the date is finalized, I will write again to inform you all. I hope you can come and attend. Of course, if you can't make it due to other commitments, I will send our blessings on your behalf. Finally, I have one more thing to mention, and this is also the purpose of my letter. Today, it should be yesterday by the time you receive this letter, your sister Melissa came to Blackthorn Security Company. She seemed to be looking for you, but she clearly knew you were in Backland. I think you should have already noticed this obvious contradiction. She said that you had some unpleasantness with them before you left, so you haven't contacted them since arriving in Backland. That's why she wanted to come to your former workplace to look for news of you. This is your private matter, and I don't feel it's appropriate to comment. We all know your character. Even if you have an unpleasant disagreement with your family, you wouldn't cut off contact like this, leaving your family sad and worried. We speculate that this conflict must be very significant, but Melissa also said it's both a big and small conflict. I strongly suspect your sister has been corrupted by you. You diviners always like to speak mysteriously. Actually, it's just a small joke. I imagine you're probably not feeling very cheerful reading this, so I hope my little joke can make you smile. We don't know what happened between you, but we unanimously agreed that we should tell you this, hoping that you can reconcile soon. After all, they are your family. Also, please say hello to Leonard for us. This sentence was added at the captain's request. I don't like it, it sounds too much like a formality. But by including it, I won't have to write another letter to Leonard. Please convey these matters to him. Your colleague and friend in Tingen, Roseanne. Klein's hand holding the letter paper couldn't help but tremble. He slowly stroked his forehead, somewhat suspecting that even the heavens wanted to help him. Melissa, and Benson, though in this world, it should be called a deity. Forcing down the complex emotions in his heart, Klein refolded the letter paper and put it back into the envelope. Hey, Klein, I didn't expect to see you here. Before he saw the person, Leonard's familiar voice reached him. Klein looked up and saw Leonard push open the restaurant door and walk towards him. His voice was not quiet, which made some of the guests in the restaurant turn to look at Leonard. Many ladies' gazes lingered on him, but then quickly moved away, blushing. Clearly, many young ladies and married women were once again attracted by his handsome appearance but misled by his frivolous attire. Captain Soest is looking for you, he's waiting for you in his office now. Leonard also noticed the commotion in the restaurant and then lowered his voice as he continued. Soest was the captain of the Red Gloves squad that Klein and Leonard belonged to. He was an experienced Red Gloves in his 40s. Although the two were still in the training phase and had not officially started missions, they had already been assigned to a squad upon becoming Red Gloves. Having applied in the same year, they were fortunate to be assigned to the same squad. Leonard took 2 steps forward and sat opposite Klein, exuding a lazy, romantic aura as he leaned back on the restaurant sofa. He waved his hand at the waiter who came to his side, indicating that he wasn't ordering. Klein put down the envelope in his hand and was about to get up when he heard Leonard continue, "Actually, you can finish lunch first. Captain Soest isn't that strict or unreasonable." "My lunch?" Klein glanced down at the plate in front of him, which still had a small piece of steak left. He had been too engrossed in reading the letter, even forgetting that he still had some lunch left unfinished. Actually, Klein was already full, but his stomach still had some room. Since there was no rush, he was still very happy to continue enjoying his lunch. That letter, Leonard had seen Klein holding a letter when he was outside the restaurant. Now, at such a close distance, with his eyesight, he could easily see the sender's name on the envelope, Roseanne. "Is it Roseanne's letter? Why didn't I get one? Roseanne asked me in the letter to say hello to you for them and to relay the contents of the letter. That way, she wouldn't have to write another letter," Klein said, pushing the envelope towards Leonard. "Do you want to read it? That's not fair, she's showing preferential treatment." "Oh, wait," Leonard grumbled casually, then saw Klein push the envelope towards him. He shot up as if he'd been stepped on, his finger pressing on the envelope, and asked incredulously, "I can read it?" Only after receiving Klein's affirmative reply did Leonard open the envelope with great anticipation, quickly pulling out the letter paper to read. About 10 seconds later, Leonard's voice, full of surprise, said, "Cohenry is getting married. This is really good news. I hope we're not working when he gets married, so we can attend their wedding." With Ms. Daly's progress, perhaps the captain's wedding isn't far off either. Perhaps because Klein's presence ignited Leonard's desire to share, Leonard would occasionally look up and complain to Klein while reading the letter, but he didn't need Klein's response and would immediately lower his head to continue reading. "Oh, wait, you had a conflict with your brother and sister." "No, I mean a very big conflict," Leonard said incredulously. "Yes," Klein said, nodding after swallowing his food. "Everyone has this reaction after finding out. I guess the impression I give you all is perhaps too gentle." "No, Klein, it's just that the idea of you directly cutting off contact with your family is truly hard to imagine. Is it convenient to disclose what happened?" Leonard refolded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and handed it back, saying, "It's not convenient." Klein took the letter, put it in his pocket, then stood up, picked up the cane leaning by the sofa, and said, "I'm going to find Captain Soest." Leonard also stood up and followed behind Klein, returning to the cathedral with him. Knock, knock, knock. Klein knocked on Soest's office door. "Come in." Snatching the manuscript, Klein pushed open the door and entered the office only after hearing the reply from the person inside. The office was very tidy, with documents neatly categorized and placed on the desk and bookshelves. In one corner of the desk was a cylindrical black pen holder containing 2 black and gold fountain pens, and another fountain pen was held by the man in the office. As Klein pushed the door open, Soest was just picking up a pen cap to put it on, then placed the fountain pen on the paper in front of him. The text only occupied half of the paper, clearly an unfinished work. "Captain," Klein called out. "Klein, please have a seat." The smile added a touch of warmth to the man with soft facial features. He gestured for Klein to sit down and, after seeing him seated, continued, "Klein, your training is almost over, isn't it?" "Yes, about 1 or 2 more months," Klein nodded. The training period for Red Gloves wasn't particularly long. "Even with the training period, you've been a Nighthawk for less than a year." Soest couldn't help but exclaim, "Your talent is astonishing, I've never seen a genius like you. If you knew about the acting method, you could also become a genius," Klein muttered in his heart, not entirely agreeing with Soest. "However, you've been a Beyander for too short a time. Being a Beyander isn't just about having a high sequence, experience and caution are also necessary, otherwise, even a demigod could fall into danger." Klein unconsciously straightened his back. He knew that the following words were the real reason Soest had called him. I've noticed that your learning progress is always faster than others, and you can complete training requirements ahead of schedule. If you're willing, we can shorten your training time and have you join us on missions, Soest said, clasping his hands together with a serious expression. It will only be some auxiliary work to help you gain experience. After all, the work of a Red Gloves is very dangerous, and without experience, it's easy to die. Although there haven't been Red Gloves going on missions during the training phase before, there also haven't been Red Gloves as inexperienced as you. Special circumstances call for special treatment, don't they? Willing. Klein immediately nodded in agreement. This way, he could accumulate contributions earlier to exchange for the potion, although this might make him as busy as a spinning top. Soest smiled with satisfaction, sighing inwardly about the vigor of youth. But the next second, he immediately wiped the smile from his face and said with a serious expression, however, you must ensure that your training keeps up, otherwise we will forcibly withdraw you until your training is complete. Also, you must strictly obey orders during missions, not touch anything indiscriminately, and report any anomalies immediately, understand? Klein's expression also became serious. Understood. Soest nodded in satisfaction and said, tonight, there's a mission concerning Hermosius's manuscript. Hermosius. Klein felt the surname sounded familiar. He tilted his head slightly, recalling the knowledge in his mind, and a piece of information flashed through Klein's mind, which he quickly grasped. Tyranny von Hermosius. Soest nodded, confirming Klein's guess. Tyranny von Hermosius, the greatest scientist, mathematician, and mechanist after Emperor Rosal, the father of the second-generation difference engine, it really was him. If it was his manuscript, could it be about the third-generation difference engine? Without Klein needing to speak, Soest knew what Klein was thinking. After all, that scientist had mysteriously disappeared while researching the third-generation difference engine. I'm not clear on the specifics. Our mission is to retrieve those manuscripts, Soest interrupted Klein's thoughts, tapping his fingers on the table. We depart tonight. The afternoon quickly passed, and the crimson moon gradually revealed its presence in the sky. Due to the mission, Klein did not go home but stayed at the cathedral until the mission began. He was wearing his Red Gloves uniform, which was very convenient for movement, saving Klein the pounds he would have spent on a trench coat. He followed his teammates to a remote, abandoned factory building, which seemed to be a favorite spot for criminals. Klein's footsteps were light, like a feline, making no sound as he walked. He followed behind his teammates, holding a copper penny, constantly spinning it between his fingers, tossing it up and catching it steadily. About 20 meters from the factory building, the Red Gloves team stopped. Soest looked at Klein. 5 people, 2 sequence 6s, 2 sequence 7s, and 1 who might be a sequence 5, Klein said in a low voice. Soest nodded, quickly moving towards the factory building using cover, disappearing into the darkness. Then, the other team members immediately followed, dispersing and hiding in different places, ready to rush in at any moment. Klein quickly ran to the factory building. His teammate, Weir York, next to him, waved to him and then pointed upwards. Klein followed his finger. There was a window there. Weir York clasped his hands in front of him. Klein immediately understood his meaning, pushed off with his foot, and leapt up, successfully grabbing the factory window. However, he did not immediately jump onto the window, that would make him too obvious and easily discovered. Hanging from the window like this was a real test of arm strength, and the seer pathway had not, at least not yet, enhanced his strength. Klein could only silently pray in his heart that Captain Soest would be quick. A few seconds later, 2 thuds of bodies falling to the ground reached everyone present. Enemy. The 2 sequence 7s had fallen into a deep sleep, but the other enemies seemed very awake. Such a short duration was not very effective against those of the same sequence, and the 2 sequence 6s were startled awake by the sudden turn of events. Bang! Upon hearing the thud, the Red Gloves immediately rushed in. Klein also, at the first moment, swung his arm, steadily leaping onto the windowsill, and fired through the window. After long and professional training as a Nighthawk, his marksmanship had already reached a professional level. The bullet pierced through the glass, rushing towards the dodging enemy, and Guan Chuan Ledui Fang to show by. Bang! His arm lost strength, and under the impact of the bullet, he flung out the briefcase containing the manuscript, making a loud thud. Soest's wraith had long been on standby. As soon as the briefcase left his hand, he immediately rushed forward, wanting to get the manuscript first, but a strange man suddenly appeared near the briefcase and snatched it. Weren't there only 5 people? Klein's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected to make a mistake on his first mission as a Red Gloves. Wait, no. Rosgo. He had seen that man in the information Merceau provided. He was a marionettist, which meant that man was very likely Rosgo's marionette. And a marionettist often has more than one marionette. Bang, bang, bang. Without time to think, Klein fired 3 more shots. One shot was to interfere with the enemy's actions, and the remaining 2 shots hit the 2 fallen sequence 7s. They were only asleep and could wake up at any time. This battle didn't know when it would end, so Klein could only send them to eternal sleep first. The extra man indeed surprised the Red Gloves, but their rich experience prevented them from panicking due to the sudden turn of events. It's a marionette, Klein shouted to his teammates, simultaneously firing his last bullet at Rosgo to interfere with his marionette transformation, while also alerting his teammates to the marionettist's location. Marionettist. The Red Gloves immediately understood, and in unison, they prioritized Rosgo. If they couldn't quickly kill him, even if they weren't turned into marionettes, they would still be affected by the marionette transformation. Battle. The last shot was far less fortunate than the first. With some preparation, Rosgo immediately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the incoming bullet. Beyonders of the seer pathway are not good at direct combat, so Rosgo must have kept a marionette by his side. Klein overlooked the factory from above. Except for a few blind spots, everything was visible, including the location of that marionette. If Klein hadn't fired immediately, he might have discovered the marionette hiding in the shadows, but then the first shot probably wouldn't have hit. There was no sign of a second marionette in the factory. Klein frowned, not believing that Rosgo only had one marionette. His second marionette definitely possessed Beander abilities that aided in concealment. The marionette that snatched the manuscript looked very tall, about 2 meters high, with short, golden, spiky hair. After getting the manuscript, he wanted to return to Rosgo's side, but Soest's wraith blocked his way. At this moment, with the help of his teammates, Soest had also bypassed the 2 sequence 6 Beyonders and arrived beside Rosgo. An invisible fluctuation spread out somewhat unevenly, and the surroundings suddenly darkened, as if it had instantly turned to deep night. A feeling of tranquility and peace descended, accompanied by specks of starlight. In an instant, Rosgo felt an unparalleled calm, as if his entire soul had soaked into a hot spring, and all desires and emotions were smoothed away. But very quickly, he broke free from this state. However, his teammates were not so lucky. The soul assuring effect released by a spirit warlock was much stronger than that of a soul assurer. Beyonders of the hunter pathway and warrior pathway are very good at direct combat. Originally, facing a soul assurer, a nightmare, and a spirit guide, they were not at a disadvantage, but after losing the desire to fight, both of their movements became somewhat stiff, making it much easier for the Red Gloves facing them. Rosgo looked at Soest, who was about to close in, gritted his teeth, and tossed the silver coin in his hand towards the marionette. A phantom, graceful female figure emerged from the silver coin, appearing beside the tall marionette, and instantly took the manuscript. The moment the manuscript was in her hand, she suddenly opened her mouth and let out a piercing shriek that seemed capable of tearing eardrums. This shriek seemed to be able to harm spirits, making it hard to guard against. Even the wraith was affected. A giant sword immediately condensed in the tall marionette's hand and quickly slashed towards the wraith. Each strike carried the power of purification. The power of purification restrained the wraith. It quickly broke free from the shriek's control, but still couldn't avoid the first sword. The purifying power burned it like fire and potent poison, and the wraith let out a mournful wail. It's a Dawn Paladin and a wraith. Klein was startled. The opponent had 2 Sequence 5 Beyonders and 3 Sequence 6 Beyonders, while his side, including himself, only had 1 Sequence 5, 3 Sequence 6, and 2 Sequence 7 Beyonders. Rust had already covered the window, and the latch was covered in reddish-brown solid. It would require enough powerful force to break it down. Klein pushed the window hard, and through the gap that appeared, he threw in a match. He had also left many matches outside the factory, as Captain Soest had asked him to, in case the mission went awry, allowing Klein to quickly leave and seek support. Additionally, perhaps worried that an inexperienced young man like Klein would get hot-headed during the mission, Captain Soest specifically emphasized 3 times that Klein was the only one among them with rapid movement capabilities. If they encountered danger, he would be their hope. This was indeed a cautious and necessary decision. Now, the mission had encountered some unexpected events, but it hadn't reached the point of needing support yet, otherwise Soest would have already told him to leave. Klein stretched out his hand, snap. A snapping sound rang out, and the match immediately ignited a tiny flame. The next second, his figure appeared in the firelight. Teleporting to the battlefield by jumping through flames, Klein pulled 2 tarot cards from his pocket and shot them at the marionette who had snatched the manuscript. Wraiths are immune to physical damage, but the tarot cards given by the Church of the Night are specially made weapons. Although they cannot be called mystical items, they are imbued with special power and can harm spirits. The marionette immediately retreated 2 steps, and the tarot cards grazed its feet, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. The wraith was entangled by the Dawn Paladin, barely able to dodge his attacks while looking for an opportunity to strike. Each of the wraith's attacks struck directly at the spirit, capable of bypassing the Dawn Paladin's armor to cause damage. Seeing this, Soest immediately released his second contracted wraith, sending it to attack the wraith marionette. At the same time, the spirit guide, Hunter, also commanded his natural spirit to charge at the wraith marionette, interfering with the enemy during their battle. The wraith contracted by Soest was powerful, perhaps capable of killing a Sequence 5 Beander who was not skilled in combat, but the possibility of defeating a Sequence 5 Beander from a different pathway was not high. Klein took over Hunter's position, working with his teammates to hold back the 2 Sequence 6 enemies, who had now emerged from their soul-assured state. Henry, meanwhile, went to assist in the battle between the wraith and the marionette. He was a spirit guide, and in a battle between wraiths, his role was greater than that of a magician or a soul assurer. It is you who awakened the blue mist sea. And it had slept for an entire summer. Hypnotized into dreams by the clear waters eddying. The midnight poet chanted a poem, like a lullaby, ethereal and echoing, as if one could see the misty moonlight by the lake, causing everyone to fall into a daze. Click. Klein took out a magazine to reload, threw many matches on the ground, and snapped his fingers 3 times in succession. Snap. 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 The matches immediately burst into flames. Klein jumped twice consecutively within the flames, firing demon-hunting bullets at the enemy from 2 different directions. With the help of the midnight poem, the first 2 bullets hit the conspirer's arm and shoulder respectively. Actually, he still had a chance to fire a 3rd bullet, but it was very likely to miss, and in the upcoming battle, Klein might not have an opportunity to resupply ammunition. With only 5 bullets left, it was better to be cautious. The hunter's expression became somewhat twisted, as if being injured by Klein was an exceptionally humiliating thing, but immediately his face relaxed. HMPH. The conspirer let out a disdainful snort from his nose, seemingly mocking Klein for daring to play with fire in front of a pyromaniac. He raised his hand, and a fireball quickly condensed in his hand, forming in less than 2 seconds, then launched towards Klein. The instant the fireball was launched, the conspirer's figure swiftly disappeared from his original spot. The nightmare, Elton Fuller, immediately raised his gun and fired his 3rd demon-hunting bullet. The bullet shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for the fireball. Bang! Klein immediately curled up and rolled to the side. The fireball ignited the hem of his clothes, narrowly missing him. The tall hunter instantly appeared within the fireball formed by flames, tightly gripping a crimson saber made of fire, and slashed at the enemy in front of him. Klein had no time to dodge, but the bullet that had already been fired had arrived. The silver-white demon-hunting bullet pierced the conspirer's second arm. Under the impact of the bullet, the saber deviated from its course. Obtaining the manuscript, Klein awkwardly rolled to the side. Even after deviating from his course, the scimitar still grazed Klein's shoulder, leaving a not-so-short wound. The flesh around the wound was also scorched by flames, causing waves of intense pain. Hiss! Klein stood up, unable to help but gasp. It was simply too painful. A slight pain emerged even before the blade touched his skin. The blade sinking into his flesh was accompanied by the sharp pain of the wound tearing, and at the same time, the burn on his shoulder grew increasingly severe, bringing continuous pain. The fabric on the shoulder of the Red Gloves uniform had been burned with a sizable hole, and a few small flames still weakly flickered on the edges of the cloth. Blood continuously flowed from the wound, staining the skin around his shoulder and preventing Klein from seeing the extent of the burn. He snapped his fingers, directing the flames on his clothes towards the wound, burning away the blood around the skin while performing a simple hemostasis. Clang! The sound of a bullet dropping to the ground clearly entered Klein's ears. The conspirer tensed the muscles in his arm, using sheer muscle strength to clamp the bullet, intercepting it outside his body and preventing it from embedding itself in his flesh. Blood flowed from the bullet hole, and a cluster of flames climbed onto the wound, stopping the bleeding. This, even in the midst of battle, Klein couldn't help but marvel at the hunter's power in his heart. It was truly astonishing. He had no doubt that if he were to engage in close combat with the opponent using weapons like knives or swords, he would be fully capable of jamming his own weapons with his muscles. However, a seer engaging in close combat with a hunter seemed to be a very niche activity. Although he thought a lot internally, only a second had passed externally. In such a life-and-death battle, Klein felt his brain seemed much more agile than usual. The pyromaniac gave Klein no chance to create distance, rushing forward again in an instant, his scimitar raised high. Elton raised his gun again, not intending to injure the conspirer, but merely wanting to help Klein create enough distance. The previous bullet could hit because, during the hunter's flame teleportation, to ensure the effect of the teleportation, he condensed his scimitar and launched an attack an instant before teleporting. This way, the attack would arrive instantly after the teleportation ended, making it difficult for the enemy to dodge. The downside of doing this was the inability to effectively dodge or intercept other attacks. But the conspirer didn't give him the chance. A flock of fire crows quickly condensed around him, rushing towards Elton. These fire crows flew straight towards Elton at an extremely high speed, reaching him in an instant. However, due to the considerable distance between them, Elton dodged relatively easily, sustaining no actual harm, but it prevented him from firing again to support Klein. Snap! Klein managed to snap his fingers, igniting a match that had been used once before, intending to use a flame jump to escape. Whoosh! The flame on the match suddenly flared up, its intensity instantly far exceeding what a single match could produce, turning the match into a pile of ashes in an instant. Then, the firelight vanished with it into the embers. Next life, don't play with fire in front of a hunter. The conspirer had already reached Klein. He grinned menacingly, raising his flaming scimitar high and bringing it down. He couldn't dodge. A spear, pure to the extreme, blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, pierced through his chest in an instant. The conspirer only saw countless white lights condensing before his eyes, but then a sudden surge of white light completely filled his vision. The spear rapidly expanded into a miniature sun, blazing white to the extreme. The light filled the entire factory building, even temporarily depriving everyone present of their sight. The light dissipated. The hunter's vision had not yet recovered, but his body had already realized that his chest had been pierced. His brain finally reacted, and pain began to spread from his chest to his entire body, but he wasn't in much agony. He was dead. As his body slumped to the ground, the hunter's eyes remained wide open, his face showing confusion, unwillingness, and terror. Until his consciousness completely vanished, he still didn't know why he had died. Whoosh! Klein suddenly opened his mouth, gasping irregularly and heavily. Death was too close. In that instant, he even forgot to breathe, only remembering abruptly when the scorching air brought by the scimitar vanished past his face. Klein could feel his heart pounding violently, beating against his chest like a war drum. The flaming scimitar had already come close to his face. Klein could feel the surrounding air becoming scalding hot, searing the skin on his face. This was the closest he had ever been to death. The Rosal card saved his life again, and this time, fortunately, it was the Spear of No Darkness. If it had been the sunlight that appeared when dealing with the spawn of evil god, then Klein would have died alongside his enemy at the hands of his own mystical item. That's the only downside of the Rosal cards, it feels like gacha with no pity system. Klein quietly complained in his heart to soothe his heart, which had just escaped the brink of death. While calming himself internally, he immediately raised his gun, aiming at the marionettist, Rosago. Klein had closed his eyes when the Spear of No Darkness began to condense, and thus was not deprived of his vision. Everyone else had temporarily lost their sight and had not yet recovered, making it a good time for a sneak attack. As beyonders of the seer pathway, Klein knew how fragile a seer's body was. Among those present, only the two seers could be easily killed by bullets, but a seer's danger premonition made it difficult for bullets to hit them. Bang! 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 3 gunshots, 3 bullets. PFF'd. Blood spurted from his chest. Rosago saw a vision of his own death. As a marionettist, Rosago always maintained a certain distance from his marionettes during combat, hiding behind them. This also meant that the current Rosago couldn't make his marionettes appear immediately by his side to protect him. He immediately wanted to retreat to dodge the bullets, but before he could act, he saw another vision, a bullet piercing through the side of his head after he retreated. Damn it! Rosago immediately changed direction, twisting his body and narrowly dodging 2 bullets. He stumbled unsteadily for 2 steps upon landing. One more. Rosago clearly remembered 3 gunshots. The intervals between the 3 gunshots were very short, meaning the 3rd bullet would follow closely behind. However, in an instant, a 3rd vision appeared in Rosago's mind. Behind him, the 3rd bullet was much easier to dodge. Rosago rolled forward twice and then heard the sound of the bullet embedding itself in the wall. By this time, his eyes had recovered some vision. He looked up and saw a blurry figure very close to him. Soist immediately became alert upon hearing the gunshots, using the superhuman hearing of a sleepless Beander in the dark to determine the bullets' positions. Although he had been entangled with the marionette, Soist had always kept an eye on his teammates' situation and easily determined the source of the gunshots, Klein. Upon realizing that the bullets' target was Rosago, Soist immediately rushed swiftly and silently in Rosago's direction. Rosago was busy protecting himself, and with his vision obstructed, he didn't notice Soist approaching him, making him unable to control his marionettes to effectively intercept. By the time he looked up and saw the blurry figure, it was already too late. Soist snatched the briefcase, and although his vision hadn't fully recovered, the square block of color in Rosago's arms was still very obvious amidst the blur. The marionettist's strength was clearly no match for a spirit warlock. Soist easily snatched the manuscript, then kicked Rosago in the chest, sending him flying several meters to crash heavily against the factory wall. Military Intelligence Section 9. Captain Soist. Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Captain Soist was truly experienced. Without being able to see or know anything, he actually guessed his thoughts and completed a tacit cooperation with him. From the very beginning, he had never thought of directly hitting Rosago, he only wanted to use the brief moment of obstructed vision to help Soist get close. Klein originally thought he would need to get close and fight Rosago himself, preparing to shoot while approaching, firing bullets from different directions, and then rushing towards Rosago after the last bullet was fired. Unexpectedly, as the first bullet was about to reach Rosago, Soist had already rushed towards Rosago a step ahead of him. Retreat! Soist shouted, holding the briefcase in his arms. As the captain's words fell, the well-trained Red Gloves quickly retreated, leaving the factory, even though they didn't know exactly what had happened. Rosago was kicked against the factory wall, a mouthful of blood gushing from his mouth, his whole body aching intensely, making it difficult for him to stand up from the ground for a while. His vision had recovered, and he saw the Red Gloves who had obtained the manuscript quickly withdrawing from the factory. He immediately manipulated his marionettes to block them. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another as a group of men in military uniforms burst in from outside the factory. It was Military Intelligence Section 9. Why was Military Intelligence Section 9 here? This was Klein's first thought. You only show up after everything is over, staking out the place like this. Do you think this is a TV show? This was Klein's second thought. Klein felt a bit speechless. His gaze shifted to Captain Soest, and he saw Captain Soest's gentle face with a deep frown, showing a hint of displeasure, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious expression. The people from Military Intelligence Section 9 didn't care what the Red Gloves thought. They bypassed the Red Gloves and entered the factory, intending to capture the INTIS spies alive, leaving only 2 officers outside the factory. Thank you. Soest shifted the briefcase from his arms to his hand and thanked the people from Military Intelligence Section 9, but secretly raised his guard. The timing of Military Intelligence Section 9's appearance was too coincidental. It made him wonder if they had already arrived here much earlier. Soest could guarantee that there was no one around when they arrived, so the other party might have arrived during their battle. No need to be polite, my friend, said one of the blonde officers. He was very muscular, about the same height as Soest, but his overly robust build made him appear visually taller than Soest. You've worked hard, please give us the manuscript. Upon hearing this, the Red Gloves immediately became alert. Soest's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly grasping the word, manuscript, in the blonde officer's words. Without any explanation, they already understood most of the necessary information. This made Soest uncontrollably angry and dissatisfied. The other party chose to observe while they fought, which Soest didn't mind, but after observing their battle, to then reach out and demand their spoils of war was simply too greedy. He didn't hide his emotions, his tone clearly displeased. Sir, I apologize, but the manuscript is our mission objective. If you require it, please negotiate with St. Samuel Cathedral. No, you don't understand, this involves a conspiracy of INTIS spies. As important evidence, the manuscript must be handed over to us. The blonde officer frowned deeply, seemingly displeased with Soest's disrespectful attitude but forcing himself to remain polite, like a high-ranking noble enduring discomfort to discuss art with a worker he considered utterly vulgar, all to appear approachable. The blonde officer's clumsy acting was transparent in front of the experienced Red Gloves. Sensing the disdain revealed by the other party, Soest paused for a second, then turned his gaze to the other officer, deliberately drawing out his words. The brown-haired officer immediately understood and introduced, Lieutenant Matthew, sir. I once served as a lieutenant in the army, Lieutenant Matthew said, a clear hint of pride in his tone, though I'm retired now. Is that so? Soest was clearly uninterested in Lieutenant Matthew's past glory. His tone was slow, giving his words an indescribable meaning, and clearly, Lieutenant Matthew didn't perceive what he wanted from it, which made him feel slighted. Mr. Matthew, I think I've made myself very clear. If you need it, you can coordinate with St. Samuel Cathedral. I have no authority to hand over important church items to others. Furthermore, it is my duty to bring the manuscript back to the church. Soest's lips moved, attempting to speak several times but giving up each time. In the end, he simply re-explained the situation. The brown-haired officer standing behind Matthew raised and lowered his hand several times, seemingly wanting to say something. After repeating this action 3 times, his hand hung quietly by his side. Mr. Red Gloves, you are too rigid, Lieutenant Matthew said, frowning deeply, seemingly with great sincerity. We can clearly complete all the work more conveniently and quickly, why insist on these complicated things? I am indeed old-fashioned, and I am willing to abide by what you call complicated things. Soest didn't want to get entangled with Matthew. After leaving a remark, he ran backward, trying to bypass Matthew and leave directly. Seeing this, Matthew stepped his foot to the right, his body instantly moving right, blocking Soest's path. "Mr. Matthew, why are you?" "Mike." Lieutenant Matthew interrupted Soest. He merely looked up arrogantly at the brown-haired officer beside him. "This gentleman, as you know, Military Intelligence Section 9 has a detailed division of labor internally, and the civilian personnel who negotiate with the Church of the Night may not be as friendly and approachable as Lieutenant Matthew." The officer named Mike smiled slightly at Soest, but unlike Matthew's forced smile, Mike conversed with the Red Gloves with clear warmth. In contrast to Matthew, the Red Gloves couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for this more pleasant-mannered officer. "Sir." At this moment, the Military Intelligence Section 9 officers who had rushed into the factory had finished their battle. Their appearance interrupted the conversation. Matthew suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at the officers emerging from the factory. Before Military Intelligence Section 9 arrived, the spies had already engaged the Red Gloves, and their combat effectiveness was greatly diminished. However, there were 3 Sequence 5 Beyonders on the other side, and even with numerical superiority, many of them were injured, ultimately only capturing the 2 Sequence 6 Beyonders. Rosago escaped at the cost of 2 marionettes. This result left Matthew extremely dissatisfied. He had expected to easily capture all the spies after the Red Gloves had worn them down. "They're all useless," Matthew sneered inwardly, "stupid fellows, and those damned Red Gloves, all a bunch of good-for-nothings." Though displeased, Lieutenant Matthew still tried hard to show his friendliness, a slight curve on his lips appearing unnaturally stiff, his facial muscles like the most unskilled orchestra, its members detached from the whole, losing coordination, making his expression somewhat comical. The Military Intelligence Section 9 officers, escorting the incapacitated spies, paid no mind to Lieutenant Matthew's comical expression, seemingly long accustomed to it. Soest tilted his head and looked at the Military Intelligence Section 9 officers, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Lieutenant Matthew as if scrutinizing him. At this moment, Lieutenant Matthew did not deal with the spies immediately. Instead, he wore a fake, poor-quality smile, uttering words of comfort that were vastly different from his demeanor, laughing as he spoke, seemingly having completely forgotten about the spies still being escorted. Military Intelligence Section 9 had a strict division of labor, Soest already understood without needing further explanation, but he could not possibly accept it. "Let's go." Soest didn't even turn his head, merely dropping a word to the teammates behind him before hugging the briefcase and quickly running back in the direction they had come from. The Red Gloves, who had heard everything, reacted immediately, following their captain's steps without hesitation and quickly leaving. "Stop." The routine procedure hadn't even been completed when the Red Gloves left directly, which made Lieutenant Matthew feel a deep sense of humiliation, as if his dignity had been offended. He instantly widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Soest, his chest heaving, panting heavily, his finger pointing in Soest's direction, shouting, "Stop, stop, I said stop, you bastards." The Military Intelligence Section 9 officers also saw the departing Red Gloves immediately. They lifted their feet, seemingly wanting to chase after them, but then hesitated, unable to move, all looking at Lieutenant Matthew, who was hopping around like a clown. Lieutenant Matthew stood in place, yelling and shouting, his right foot cooperating to express his anger, stomping heavily on the ground, crushing the weeds underfoot into the mud. Several resilient weeds were snapped and ground into the earth, bits of dust splashing up from the ground, either landing on Lieutenant Matthew's shoes or at his feet. At this moment, his expression, his limbs, every part of his body was expressing his anger, yet his feet were always reluctant to leave his spot. He angrily yelled at the officers beside him, "What are you looking at? Chase them! Chase them! The manuscript is in their hands." Clearly, even in this situation, Lieutenant Matthew maintained enough composure, at least he still remembered to give orders to the other Military Intelligence Section 9 officers. Upon receiving the command, they seemed as if their chains had been unlocked, quickly dashing in the direction the Red Gloves had left, while dutifully leaving 2 officers to continue escorting the spies. Make them stop. The manuscript. The manuscript. Behind them, Lieutenant Matthews' shouting still echoed, like a whip lashing them, forcing them to run forward, gradually fading away after some distance. On the other side, the Red Gloves were not surprised by Military Intelligence Section 9 chasing them. Klein. Soest threw it upwards with force, and the briefcase arced through the air, landing above Klein's head. He immediately stretched out his hands, sped up, and caught the briefcase in midair. You go first. Soest gestured to Klein, signaling him to leave with the manuscript first. Klein hugged the manuscript to his chest and nodded at Soest. Although the distance was far and the sky was dark, with the Spirit Warlock's night vision, he could take in everything. On the way there, Klein had left many matches along the path. Now, with a series of snaps, faint flickers of fire lit up in the grass, then suddenly rose high and quickly extinguished. Using the leaping flames, Klein quickly left everyone behind. In but a moment, his figure was already out of sight. Klein leapt all the way to his destination with the help of the flames. As the last match lit and then extinguished, his figure finally became clearly visible in the air. Without delay, Klein immediately rushed to St. Samuel Cathedral with the manuscript. Due to the intense running, the wound, which had only been roughly bandaged, began to bleed again. The clothing around the wound was already saturated with blood. Klein could feel the sensation of fresh blood flowing down his arm, along with the sticky feeling of blood-soaked clothes clinging to his skin, making him extremely uncomfortable. Upon entering the cathedral, the Nighthawks waiting inside immediately rushed over. The smell of blood stood out in the clean and tidy cathedral like the most dazzling star. The Nighthawk supported Klein, wanting to take the briefcase from Klein's hand, but he dodged. He paused for a second, then immediately realized this must be an important item obtained during the mission, and naturally withdrew his hand, instead supporting Klein's body, and continued, "Quick! Go stop the bleeding. Tell me when Captain Soest and the others arrive," Klein said, raising his uninjured arm and gripping the Nighthawk's arm tightly. "Understood, understood," the Nighthawk immediately said, supporting Klein as he led him indoors for a simple bandage. "Thank you." Klein thanked the Nighthawk and slumped onto a pew in the cathedral. Only then did he finally have time to think and reflect on the matter. Klein speculated that Military Intelligence Section 9 might have caught Ian and obtained clues from him, while the Church got clues from Zerial the detective's corpse. He didn't know how much information the Church had obtained, but it was clearly more and more accurate than Military Intelligence Section 9's intelligence. If it weren't for the Red Gloves, the spies would have already left the factory with the manuscript by the time Military Intelligence Section 9 arrived. If Military Intelligence Section 9's intelligence was enough to determine it was a major spy case, then the Church wouldn't be unaware. Yet, even so, they only requested the manuscript and didn't mention anything related to the spies. It seems the relationship between the Church and the LotM military is indeed delicate. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that the Church informed the LotM military. But if that possibility were followed, his mission would likely have been a joint operation between the Red Gloves and Military Intelligence Section 9, and even if they acted separately, there wouldn't be a situation of competing for the manuscript. Phew. Klein exhaled lightly, leaning back. Taking advantage of being alone, he no longer maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, resting the back of his head against the back of the pew, which was a bit uncomfortable. Getting involved in a major spy case was truly exhausting. Klein closed his eyes, thinking with some weariness in his heart. His nerves began to relax along with his body, and the wound, which had been reluctantly ignored under taut nerves, began to assert its presence wildly. After bandaging, the discomfort of fabric sticking to his skin was gone, but the pain became even more pronounced. Klein took a deep breath, praying in his heart that Captain Soest and his team would return soon. Demon dog. Thump, thump, thump. Short knocks echoed in the empty room, gently tapping at Klein's nerves. He immediately stood up, walked quickly to the door, and opened the wooden door. Captain Soest. Standing outside the door was a gentle-faced man, none other than Soest, who had separated from Klein not long ago. Klein's gaze moved up and down, scrutinizing Soest. Besides the wounds sustained in the factory, the man had no other injuries. His uniform had a few damaged spots, but he wasn't in a disheveled state. Although Military Intelligence Section 9 had stopped the Red Gloves, as an official organization, they couldn't engage in physical conflict. Otherwise, Klein wouldn't have been able to wait calmly for his teammates in St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein picked up the briefcase he had been holding in his hand and handed it to Soest. "Captain, the manuscript." Soest took the manuscript, patted Klein's shoulder, and said with evident relief, "For your first mission as a Red Gloves, you performed very well. I was worried that a young man like you would be impulsive and wouldn't follow orders. Perhaps it's because I'm rather old-fashioned," Klein said with a playful tone. Soest smiled, his gaze dropping to Klein's torn uniform and bandaged wounds. He said, "It seems your wounds have been bandaged. Tomorrow you can ask Dana for some potions. The damaged uniform can be reimbursed, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow. You know, there are only combat personnel in the cathedral right now." Reimbursement was a good system. Klein once again sincerely praised Emperor Rosal. "You go back first." Soest stepped aside, making way for Klein, and said, "I can stay here alone." "Go home." Klein nodded, tugged at his clothes, and walked out. Inside the cathedral, he also saw several teammates, their wounds already bandaged. From them, Klein learned the general course of events. After Klein left, Military Intelligence Section 9 had been trying to shake off the Red Gloves' entanglement and catch up. Since neither side found it convenient to engage in a fight, they could only remain in an awkward stalemate. Finally, the brown-haired officer named Mike arrived, ending the farce. After a few more brief chats, Klein left the cathedral. Backland, Sherwood Borough. The sky had long since plunged into darkness, like the deepest color on a canvas. The crimson moon and streetlights illuminated the street together. They weren't as brilliant as the daytime sun, yet they possessed a unique gentleness and depth. Lights spilling from the houses, through the windows, scattered onto the street, a call and a guide. And Klein was treading through the night, step by step approaching the light that awaited him. When he was still a dozen meters from home, his steps involuntarily quickened, and his right hand naturally reached into his pocket to search for keys. The iron keys, bound together by a circular key ring, clinked as he walked. But when he stood before his front door, his body stiffened for a moment, a faint scent of blood wafted from inside the house, lingering in his nostrils, clinging to him like a ghost, making Klein's heart suddenly clench. But in just an instant, he relaxed again. Klein opened the door, and with a glance, took in the scene inside the house. There were obvious bloodstains on the living room floor, and Eve was holding a mop, cleaning them up. Ruarui was perched on the sofa, originally watching Eve, but after Klein opened the door, she turned her gaze to him and tilted her head. "Meow." Seeing Klein standing at the door, Ruarui called out, her tone carrying a hint of doubt and urgency. Eve, who had been mopping, also stopped, holding the mop and looking towards the door. Klein's gaze moved back and forth between Eve, Ruarui, and the bloodstains, as if he was contemplating something. He was silent for a few seconds, then took out his inspector's badge. The mop in her hand instantly dropped to the floor with a moderate thud. Eve raised her hands and wailed, "I've been wronged, officer." Cough. The words, "officer," almost made Klein burst out laughing, but with his excellent self-control, he held back the laughter that was about to rush out like an unbridled husky. "This looks like a crime scene. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated strictly." He closed the door behind him and, surveying the bloodstains on the floor, asked, "What did you two do?" "This is my fault." Ruarui jumped off the sofa, circled the bloodstains as if observing something, then leapt back. Her brown eyes looked at Eve, who was holding the mop, stretched her cat head upwards, then looked at the bloodstains again, signaling Eve to continue cleaning. After doing all this, the black cat jumped back onto the sofa and said, "Do you remember the large dog I mentioned to you yesterday? Meow. This is its blood. You killed it." Did it hurt someone? Klein was surprised for a second, then he thought that the large dog might have an owner, and he didn't know how to deal with it if the owner came looking for it. That was a demon dog. Eve forcefully swished the mop twice on the floor. The water-soaked cloth strips washed away the stains on the floor, leaving only a few faint red marks. And it was a demon dog preparing to advance. Its owner must also be a Beander of the devil pathway. Demon dog. Klein's heart suddenly leapt, as if gripped by an invisible force. His eyes revealed an undisguised sense of relief. He secretly rejoiced that the demon dog had been killed in time, otherwise, who knows how many innocent lives would have perished because of it. What about its owner? Klein immediately pressed, his tone urgent. As an official Beander, his sense of responsibility wouldn't allow him to stand by. Were they caught? Upon hearing this, Eve slowly raised her sea blue eyes, her gaze drifting towards a patch of darkness resting on the sofa. Ruarui. No, meow. Ruarui raised her front paw and patted the sofa beneath her, as if emphasizing her next words. She continued, but I already have a direction. You can rest assured. Tomorrow, or the day after, they can both return to the Lord's divine kingdom. Ruarui's tone carried an undeniable confidence and determination. Klein looked down at the black cat. No information could be discerned from her brown cat eyes, but she always gave people a sense of confidence, mystery, and wisdom, like a sage from a fairy tale. And in fact, the Crimson Moon Cat was indeed a learned black cat in the Apocalypse of Night, and had also played the role of a wise person in some stories. After learning Eve and Ruarui's identities, Klein specifically searched for information about them, but the available information was very scarce. Klein had never heard of those stories, and according to Eve, at least 1/3 of the content was false. The black cat's words greatly calmed Klein's mind, making him stop thinking about the demon dog. Klein raised his hand to lean his cane against the wall, took off his coat, and casually hung it on the coat rack next to the door. Do you need a potion? Eve suddenly spoke, lifting her chin, her sea blue eyes looking at the bandage on Klein's shoulder. No need. Klein tilted his head to look at the bandaged wound. His shoulders lifted slightly, instantly pulling at the wound, and a piercing pain struck, almost causing him to lose control of his expression. Hiss. Klein couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying hard to endure the pain in his shoulder. He carefully moved his shoulder down slowly, but even so, he could still feel waves of pain spreading from his shoulder to his chest, eventually turning into large hands that tightly gripped Klein's heart, constantly pulling. Tisk, tisk, Eve wagged her index finger, her tone with a hint of sympathy. Look at your pitiful appearance now. No matter how miserable I am, I still need to go to the church tomorrow. It would be troublesome if they found my wound healing. Klein tried hard not to let his injured shoulder make any movements, and at the same time, he didn't touch the wound. After a burst of severe pain, the pain gradually lessened, eventually turning into an unbearable ache that persisted. It wasn't as painful as before, but it was just as unbearable. There was no itching, but it felt as if a maddeningly itchy lump had grown on his heart, making him want to scratch it open, but he couldn't reach it through his chest. All right then, I hope you can sleep peacefully tonight. In fact, Eve had many ways to treat the wound without anyone noticing anything unusual, and Klein knew it too. Perhaps passing out would have the same effect, Klein said with a self-deprecating smile. He didn't dare to move his wound any further, and even his smile unconsciously became cautious, the corners of his mouth curving up noticeably slowly. Unless you pull the wound yourself. Eve thought in her heart, her hands moving non-stop, carefully cleaning the bloodstains on the floor. The demon dog did not attack 18 Minsk Street. It was killed by Raiji in the street before it could commit the crime. The bloodstains at home were caused when Raiji took out the demon dog's corpse from the silver badge. While Eve was cleaning the bloodstains, Raiji briefly explained the source of the bloodstains to Klein. After the bloodstains were cleaned, Eve casually threw the mop stained with obvious blood into the silver badge on Raiji's collar. Raiji's cat face didn't have any obvious expression, but it clearly and strongly expressed her dissatisfaction. She kept wagging her tail, as if her territory had been invaded. Cats have always loved cleanliness, but now there were two dirty guys polluting her storage cabinet. Perhaps to take care of Klein, the patient, or perhaps on a whim, Eve once again personally cooked. She simply made a stewed potato, fruit salad, and oatmeal porridge. In addition, she specially prepared a portion of boiled fish with a strong fishy smell for Raiji. Although Klein said he didn't mind, Raiji insisted on enjoying her fish in the kitchen. "There's something I need to remind you of," Eve suddenly said during dinner. "If you return home 15 minutes early, you will still need to entertain a customer at the office, your first repeat customer." Ian. Klein immediately understood Eve's meaning. Klein wasn't surprised that Ian came to him again, and he speculated that the other party had likely just left Military Intelligence Section 9. Ian might come to him again tomorrow, but Klein wasn't concerned about it. With the change of ownership of the manuscript, this matter could basically be declared over. As for the deeper spy incident, it was unlikely to involve him. However, out of politeness, Klein decided to get up early to see if he could meet his guest. After dinner, Klein went straight to rest. He estimated that he would need a lot of time to fall asleep tonight, and the reality was indeed as he thought. If he didn't have meditation to help him sleep, he would definitely have insomnia all night. The next day, sunlight streamed through the half-open curtains, gently spilling onto the table where breakfast was laid out, adding a touch of warmth and coziness to the peaceful morning. Eve was wearing an exquisite long dress. The goose-yellow dress didn't have too many complicated pleats as decoration, making it look more simple and generous. The white lace trim at the collar and cuffs prevented it from being too monotonous. The tight-fitting corset on the upper body outlined the curve of the girl's waist. This bright attire was very different from the image of Eve that Klein had seen in the past, but the characteristics of a high-sequence demoness allowed Eve to adapt to this outfit very well, as if she had truly become a vibrant 15 or 16-year-old girl. Klein turned his head, not daring to look at her for a moment. He felt an unstoppable sense of amazement, as if he was being sucked into a vortex in the ocean, uncontrollably and irresistibly dragged into the deep sea. He immediately sketched out glowing spheres in his mind, using meditation to pull back his sliding consciousness. Living with a demoness is really dangerous, Klein thought with some lingering fear. He slowly took a breath and walked step by step down the stairs towards the kitchen, speaking cautiously in a joking tone. Eve didn't take her eyes off the newspaper, stirring her coffee with her right hand, and said in a calm tone, "If this counts as danger, then you are truly ignorant of danger. An angel of a demoness pathway can easily make any demigod fall hopelessly in love with her. This is not something that willpower can resist. This may involve some kind of authority," Klein thought in his heart, mind or desire. "And now, my dear Ototo, you, a sequence 7, can even wake up through meditation. I think I've done well enough." Eve put down the newspaper, pressed it gently on the table with 2 fingers, and the newspaper slid to the opposite side of her along the table. "Here's more butter and coffee." Klein entered the kitchen and took out 2 round rye breads from the cupboard. This was food that had just been replenished some time ago. Unlike the cheap rye bread Klein used to eat, this round rye bread was more expensive than white bread, and there would be no wood chips inside. "Why do I feel that your influence of lowering your sense of existence has weakened a lot on me?" Klein held the bread and sat opposite Eve, poured himself a cup of coffee, and picked up a butter knife to spread butter on the bread. "The first time we met, I could ignore you. The more you pay attention to me, the smaller the influence. It makes sense, doesn't it? Even if it's a low sense of existence, there will be people who pay attention to him and can find him. I'm not prepared to be an invisible person." "You're right." Klein bit into the bread. The buttered rye bread had a rich taste. The soft bread and the silky, delicate butter blended perfectly. The rich milky aroma and the faint wheat aroma intertwined and entangled in the mouth, as if one could hear the cheers of the taste buds. He swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up the newspaper with one hand, and said, "I should work hard to advance." As he spoke, he shook the newspaper. The neat words on the paper appeared in his sight. In the center of the newspaper was a bold headline, "Intis Ambassador Backlund Jean Maiden Missing, Suspected of Absconding." The Southern Continent. Backland Jean Maiden, the Intis ambassador. The Intis ambassador loyal to the Zhimeng party. Klein's eyes widened slightly, and his eyebrows rose. He instantly became alert, lowered his head, and his gaze moved across the text. At 9 p.m. on September 27, Intis ambassador Backland Jean Maiden was discovered to have disappeared from his suburban villa in Backland, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Miss Sophie, Miss Emile, Mr. Dixie, and several other guests testified that between approximately 8:20 and 8:35 p.m., they saw Ambassador Backland go upstairs with a young woman, and had not seen him since. It wasn't until 9 p.m., when the Loan military raided the banquet, that they discovered Ambassador Backland had vanished from the villa. For reasons of national security, the soldiers were unable to disclose too much information to our reporter. Several gentlemen from Military Intelligence Section 9, we learned that Ambassador Backland may have committed serious crimes in Loan, endangering the safety of Loan and its people. Captain Haywood of Military Intelligence Section 9 promised that Military Intelligence Section 9 would apprehend him as soon as possible. Klein withdrew his gaze, his fingers subconsciously tapping the table. As his right hand slightly curled, the soft touch of the bread in his hand transmitted to his skin, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Because of his recent action, the bread was pressed with 2 indentations. Klein picked up the bread with a slightly wooden movement and put it in his mouth. Although the newspaper was propagating the idea that Backland was guilty, it did not actually specify the exact crimes Backland had committed, only using protecting national secrets and security as an excuse to avoid the question. But Klein, who had ample intelligence, knew that Ambassador Backland had actually engaged in espionage within Loan. He was a spy. The Loan Kingdom's censorship is very strict. Eve's voice suddenly came, her leisurely tone carrying a hint of teasing. All negative news involving the Loan Parliament, the royal family, or the military will be suppressed, and reporters will be arrested for defamation, even if the report is true. Therefore, what appears in the newspapers are all reports that align with the royal family or the parliament. Which meant these newspapers were the mouthpieces of the royal family and the parliament. Klein discerned a hint of sarcasm and dissatisfaction from Eve's playful words. As he pondered, he roughly guessed the reason. She had once mentioned to him that the Southern Continent Resistance Army's public relations in the Northern Continent were severely suppressed by Loan officials. Due to political struggles, some reports unfavorable to the parliament or the royal family might appear in the newspapers, but regarding the Southern Continent Resistance Army, both sides stood firmly on the same position, resolutely eradicating their existence. In an instant, Klein thought of many things: his seemingly distant past life, the disguised Northern Continent Army's crimes pamphlet, the thin child who distributed the pamphlets, and the people from the Southern Continent who came to the Northern Continent to make a living. That hunter, Merceau, once served Ambassador Backland. Klein paused for a few seconds, recalling the unfamiliar gentleman's name. I remember he was from the Southern Continent. How is he now? Klein looked up at Eve, somewhat curious how she would treat that hunter, who came to the Northern Continent, served the Northern Continent people, and at the same time harmed ordinary people in the Northern Continent. If the Southern Continent were peaceful, then Merceau would just be a small-time Loan gang leader. I would probably hand him over to the Loan police or kill him directly. The outcome of both situations would be the same. But, Eve paused for a second, her fingers lightly tapping the table. A rhythmic tapping sound slipped from her fingertips, and her slightly ethereal female voice, like a clear spring flowing from a mountain stream, slowly sang. The devil rushed into the flock. Lamb, lamb, 2 legs. Cannot outrun, cannot fight. Covered in small holes. Little lamb cries for big lamb. Under the tree, in the water, on the ground. Little lamb cannot find big lamb. Under the tree, in the water, on the ground. Crows flew into the flock. The devil rushed into the wheat field. Little lamb cries, big lamb cries. Lambs began to eat lambs. After the song, Eve reached out, picked up Klein's coffee, and held it in front of him. There's no bread or coffee there. Some places don't even have tree bark or grass roots. War, hunger, and chaos have made the southern continent difficult to survive in. Unimaginable tragedies are just everyday occurrences in the southern continent. Is this a southern continent nursery rhyme? Klein pressed his lips together, unable to speak. In his previous life, he had also encountered such nursery rhymes online. They were always preceded by the word, horror, but such horror was an everyday reality at the time. Eve looked up at Klein, whose expression was slightly dazed. After a long while, she slowly exhaled, "They just want to survive." Click. Eve put the coffee back on the saucer, the porcelain cup clinking against the white plate, making a crisp sound that roused Klein's thoughts. Klein's chest rose and fell, a touch of bitterness in his heart, but he was not entirely swayed by emotion. He still noticed the loophole in Eve's words, but Meursault no longer falls into the category of surviving, does he? Yes, so he should be grateful that he still resents the Intis he served, and he should also be grateful that he is a Beander. Eve stood up, her goose-yellow skirt swaying with her movement, creating wave-like folds. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Now, not only is he not dead, but he also has an opportunity to become stronger. Eve walked step by step to the window. The half-drawn curtains could not completely block the sun's light. Sunlight filtered through the gaps and scattered on her goose-yellow long dress, as if the sunlight was gradually breaking into stars scattered on the hem of her skirt. War is the best nourishment for a hunter. Eve turned around. She smiled, raised her right hand, and extended her thumb and index finger, forming a gun gesture. The young woman's hand lifted slightly, her lips pressed inward, then she suddenly opened them. Bang! The gunshot echoed, as if it would never stop, lingering in Meursault's ears. Bullets constantly flew from behind, forcing him to hide clumsily behind cover. Meursault had once fantasized about returning home, when he first arrived in the northern continent. At that time, he thought he could live very well in the northern continent with his strength, and even save some money to open a factory back in the southern continent, but reality gave him a harsh slap. To survive, he joined a gang as a thug, and although he rose through the ranks, he eventually became loyal to Ambassador Backlund. It seemed to be just as he had initially thought. He lived well in the northern continent by his own strength, but he no longer dared to think about how he would return to the southern continent. But now, also for the sake of survival, he returned to the southern continent in a way he had never imagined. He was brought back to the southern continent by Sherlock Moriarty. Sherlock once again displayed his strange and powerful abilities before him. Meursault only felt a dizzy spell, and then he appeared next to the battlefield. A gun, 2 pieces of bread, and 3 clips of bullets, that was all he left for him. Trapped. Meursault felt that Sherlock had intentionally chosen his landing spot, which inevitably caused resentment in his heart. It was too close to his hometown. But no matter what Meursault was thinking, he couldn't say a word. He still remembered that his disposition in Sherlock's mind was death row with a reprieve. If he couldn't show enough value, he might close his eyes forever one day in the future. Who would want to die if they could live? Bang! Bang! Bullets constantly flew from behind, embedding themselves in the dirt slope with bursts of gunshots, kicking up chunks of sand and soil. Meursault crouched, the tall man curled up like an infant, firmly hiding behind the dirt slope. Splashing sand and stones occasionally hit him, leaving many muddy imprints on his once relatively clean clothes, but at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to these. The man held a gun in his hand, his index finger on the trigger. His palm occasionally tightened around the gun body, making a mechanical sound, only to quickly loosen again. The gunshots gradually faded, but they had not left. The dark brown military uniform was exceptionally inconspicuous in the mountains and woods, as if it had merged with the surroundings. The hunter's keen 5 senses made him realize that the enemy was approaching, but with limited visibility, he couldn't detect their exact position. However, by concentrating, his powerful hearing still allowed him to get a general location. Suddenly, a strange premonition appeared in Meursault's heart. The hunter's intuition emerged, and he sensed that another group of people was approaching. Those people were in front of him and to his side, and he didn't know if they were friend or foe. Mersault's anger surged immediately, and he cursed a few times in his heart. His finger pulled back the hammer of his pistol, and he tightened his grip on the gun handle, making a click-clack, mechanical sound. If they were enemies, once they arrived successfully, Mersault would be attacked from both front and back. The approaching presences were like a wailing alarm bell, striking his nerves over and over again. Mersault's crouching body was in a ready-to-pounce stance. He took off his jacket and threw it out over the dirt slope. Bang! Bang! The moment the gunshots rang out, Mersault immediately rolled, sliding into a pit at the fastest speed, his body pressed tightly within it. As soon as the black jacket was thrown out over the dirt slope, bursts of gunfire immediately followed. Bullets pierced the thin fabric and deeply embedded themselves in the tree trunk. Mersault saw the dazzling bullet holes on the tree trunk, took a deep breath, and involuntarily lowered his breathing a few degrees. He could clearly feel his heart beating against the ground through his chest. The gunshots outside the pit had stopped. Mersault heard the sounds of fabric rubbing against the ground and leaves. The frequency of these sounds was much faster than before. They had accelerated their movement, crawling forward on the ground. Mersault pressed tightly against the pit, cautiously raising his head. A pair of eyes carefully emerged from the pit, his eyeballs quickly darting around, observing the situation outside. Bang! A small puff of dust flew up, quickly hitting Mersault's forehead. It was only a mosquito bite-like pain, but it made him immediately retract into the pit, with dust from the splashing bullet still falling on his hair. In front of bullets, a sequence 9 Beyander's flesh was as fragile as white paper. Mersault secretly gritted his teeth, pressing his body against the ground, his right hand tightly clutching the gun, inching his body forward, crawling. He exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and quickly leaned out his upper body, firing 3 shots, then threw his body back, curling up to hide behind cover. His movements were extremely fast. The powerful physical qualities of a hunter pathway Beyander were pushed to their limit by his will to survive. But even so, the opponents still reacted quickly when he fired his second shot, raising their guns to return fire. Because his movements were too fast, Mersault didn't even have time to aim. Only one of the 3 bullets hit, and it didn't seem to hit a vital spot. But precisely because he was fast enough, he avoided being hit by bullets. They want to surround me, Mersault clutched his gun tightly. In that instant of returning fire, he took the opportunity to observe the situation of the enemies outside the pit. They were much more spread out than before, with noticeably larger gaps, seemingly preparing to attack Mersault from different directions. "I am not a resistance army member," Mersault shouted again in Intis. He had explained many times that he was not a resistance army member, but those people still pursued him relentlessly. Clearly, the Intis soldiers did not believe the words of this man with a southern continent face and a weapon. "Drop the gun. Throw it over." Mersault heard a rough male voice from the pit shouting in Intis, "Hands up. Come back with us. If you're not a resistance army member, we'll let you go." A bunch of bastards. Mersault cursed loudly in his heart. If he dared to go back with them, would he still be hiding here? He was indeed not a resistance army member, but he was a southern continent person who had once pledged allegiance to Intis. Didn't he understand these Intis idiots? As soon as he threw down his weapon, a bullet would pierce his forehead the next second. Even if he told them he was loyal to Ambassador Beckland, he would only be treated as a traitor in the end. Just a southern continent person, if he was killed, no one cared. Mersault hated so much that he seemed to be grinding his teeth. As he turned, before his upper body could even emerge from the pit, a bang sounded from behind him. The change happened too quickly. Without time to think, Mersault immediately retracted his body back into the pit, subconsciously using his arm to shield his head, curling up to protect his vital organs. Gunshots continuously came from both front and back, but the imagined bullets did not land on him. The gunshots from 2 directions clearly informed Mersault of his current situation. Those Intis bastards had encountered enemies. Perhaps it was the resistance army, or maybe someone else, but who cared? those bastards were in trouble, and he could take the opportunity to escape. Meursault was filled with a surge of joy. He uncurled his body, gripped his pistol, and cautiously poked his head out of the dirt pit. Unlike before, the Intis people, busy dealing with their enemies, didn't notice his situation. No bullets flew towards his eyes. Clearly, this was a good opportunity to leave. The tall plateau man cautiously clung to the ground, trying his best not to attract attention from either side, moving carefully. Meursault kept observing the two warring sides with his peripheral vision as he advanced. He saw an Intis person glance at him a few times, seemingly realizing he wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but he was too busy to pay attention. As the enemy's offensive became more intense, he didn't even have the energy to spare a glance at Meursault. The group fighting the Intis army had distinct southern continent features. Their dark skin was very recognizable, and their clothes and weapons looked somewhat worn. He only took one glance, and felt the distance was a bit far, perhaps not clear enough, but he retracted his gaze in an instant and did not look in that direction again. Meursault, like an agile, defeated Black Panther, ran in a certain direction with almost his maximum speed. He ran very fast, occasionally stumbling twice, but it did not affect his speed. He quickly ran towards the direction he had chosen, without any hesitation, as if all problems could be solved as long as he ran in that direction. But in reality, Meursault wasn't sure what was in that direction. This place was close to his hometown, but he had been away from the southern continent for too long, even his own hometown felt unfamiliar. In his memory, there used to be a very small tribe of only 30 or 40 people not far away. There were no Intis troops stationed outside the forest, and there were no sunken pits within the forest. It seemed everything had changed. He could only keep running forward, like a machine executing orders, his mind blank, letting the gunshots gradually fade away. Eventually, he felt as if his legs no longer existed, only the jolting of his body told him his legs were still striving to move forward. The gunshots had long since disappeared, but he still didn't dare to stop until black spots appeared in his vision and his head spun, letting Meursault know his body was close to its limit. Stopping his steps, Meursault's body immediately went limp. The fatigue that had vanished during his escape now surged back. The tall man instantly collapsed to the ground, his body lying like noodles, as if he no longer had the strength to even maintain a sitting posture. Along with the fatigue came hunger and thirst. He still had a small piece of bread in his pocket, but what he needed more now was water. Sweat mixed with mud clung to his eyes. Fatigue, like a python, tightly coiled around his body, making it difficult for him to move. Meursault laboriously opened his eyelids. This simple action used up all his strength, as if he wasn't lifting eyelids but huge iron blocks. What entered his vision was not the sky, nor the tree canopy, but a pair of gray eyes. Sherlock. Meursault's facial skin twitched violently. The unformed expression made his face look somewhat comical, like a clown in an exaggerated pantomime frozen in an instant. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, and even more wanting him to take him back, but only a few indistinct gasps escaped his lips. He could only struggle to widen his eyes, hoping this so-called window to the soul could express his desires, but his wide-eyed stare seemed to be cursing the man in front of him, which also conveyed his expectations. From here, Meursault saw the man casually raise his right hand, pointing north. Walk north for 15 minutes, and there's a river. But in your current state, you won't reach it in an hour. Saying that, he leaned down again, looking at him sprawled on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. He spread his hands, seemingly helpless, and said, "Your eyes tell me you're very angry right now. That's unfair, this is my reward." Upon hearing, reward, Meursault immediately became agitated, growing even angrier, as if he had been swindled out of 10,000 gold pounds. He widened his eyes, but he was already staring, so there seemed to be no change in his expression. For a hunter, there is no better supplement for rapid advancement than war. The frequent wars on the southern continent will greatly accelerate your digestion of the potion. You're with the resistance army. In an instant, Meursault's upper body shot up violently, his eyes wide as if to tear his eye sockets apart. What followed was his vision blacking out, and the dizziness in his head intensifying, causing him to collapse back onto the ground like a puddle of mud, as if the series of actions had used up his last ounce of strength. At this point, what else was there for him to not understand? This guy had intended to send him to the resistance army from the very beginning. Join the resistance army, or don't join, or even join the Intis army. Meursault heard Sherlock chuckle, as if sounding a warning bell for him. He always felt that man seemed to read minds, which was terrifying. That's your freedom, your choice, but don't make a decision you'll regret. Meursault lay sprawled on the ground, staring intently at Sherlock, his lips moving, repeatedly muttering a name in a blurry whisper, Mama. Eve was silent for a second, then spoke. All the tribal residents nearby have been gathered by the Intis army in one place, right where you startled the Intis army. No wonder those bastards assumed he was with the resistance army, Meursault thought to himself, a hint of self-mockery in his mind. Meursault looked up, gazing forward, but there was only an empty expanse. The forest and sky filled his vision, but Sherlock had vanished, as if everything had been just a brief illusion. Suddenly, the plateau man let out a self-mocking laugh. He recalled the night he assassinated Sherlock, thinking perhaps it really was just an illusion. He lay on the ground, closing his eyes, as if he had given up on everything. After a long while, his body finally stirred, slowly rising from the ground. Grass clippings and dirt clung to him everywhere, his shirt, pants, hair, not a single spot was without them, making his once relatively clean clothes unrecognizable. But at this moment, Meursault was in no mood to pay attention to these things. He struggled to get up from the ground, slowly advancing step by step towards the water source. His lips were cracked, and his throat felt as if it had been burned by fire. Besides thirst, there was a cutting pain, and each breath he exhaled was the dry heat of summer. Sweat soaked his clothes. The weather on the southern continent was always hotter than on the northern continent, even winter wasn't that cold, which only added to Meursault's woes. He no longer knew how long he had been walking, perhaps 15 minutes, perhaps an hour. The blurring of his consciousness had diminished his perception of time. It seemed like an eternity, but he finally heard the sound of flowing water. In that instant, he rushed towards the river, dragging his stiff body like a reanimated corpse, his two legs scrambling to race towards the water. But in the end, he retained a sliver of rationality and did not jump directly into the river. As soon as Meursault put his hand into the river, the mud immediately washed into the water, making it murky, but he didn't care at all. He cupped the river water, mixed with mud, and eagerly brought it to his mouth. After several large gulps, he slowly recovered. He casually scooped up some water to wash his face, then wiped it with his sleeve, but his sleeve was covered in mud and grass clippings, which, mixed with water droplets, clung to the man's face, making it dirtier with each wipe. Meursault quickly realized this, and after another quick wash of his face, he ignored it and began to enjoy his last small piece of bread. Perhaps I really should join the resistance army. Meursault pondered his options while eating his bread. He absolutely could not go to the Intis side, he would surely be executed as a traitor. Even if he wasn't found out, the tall plateau man froze for a second, then fiercely bit into the bread in his mouth. Working for the Intis people on the southern continent meant shooting at the people of the southern continent. He dared not join the resistance army, and he was unwilling to shoot at the people of the southern continent. But if he didn't join either side, all the surrounding tribes were gathered and supervised by the Intis. There was nowhere to go nearby. If he went elsewhere, without food and water, he would die on the way. If he stayed here, he could at least find food and water and barely survive. Neither option seemed good to Meursault, but in the current situation, he chose not to join anyone and to survive in this forest on his own. He not only had to survive himself, but also had to bring his mama out and survive together. Bargaining. At the same time, the distant northern continent seemed peaceful and safe. Men and women went about their usual work, politicians sat together discussing their ideas, and ladies with wine glasses moved through banquets. Crimson wine swayed in glass cups, gently rippling with crisp clinking sounds. Ladies and young women conversed in low voices, their whispers carried through the air to the keen ears of a demoness. Triss leaned against the railing, her eyes gazing far down at the men and women on the dance floor. Edsack was the absolute center of attention in the crowd, with many men and women gathered around him. Miss Triss. The female voice came again, causing Triss's body to stiffen slightly, her fingers holding the red wine glass turning white as she gripped the stem tightly. She turned around, and the black-haired, blue-eyed high-sequence demoness slowly approached, a slight smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, it will go smoothly. Things that are mutually desired always proceed smoothly to the end, then reach their conclusion. I didn't, you know. Triss's gaze swept over the amethyst ring on her right ring finger, a faint smile curving her lips. Thank you very much for your help. And Mr. Melisse, Eve reminded her. Oh, yes, Triss's face showed a hint of apology, as if ashamed of her forgetfulness, and she cooperatively said, and Mr. Melisse, I'm very grateful for his help. As she spoke, she looked downstairs at the man standing not far from Edsack, whose mature face could not hide his joy. The young woman retracted her gaze, her right hand gently resting on the railing, her expression carrying a faint sadness, like a lake under moonlight, always capable of inspiring poetry and drawing people into self-pitying sorrow, enchanting the many men and women secretly observing her. Triss, Edsack would always be captivated by Triss. Before meeting her, he had never imagined he would love a girl so much. He experienced the feeling of love, a complete surrender of body and soul, where all irrationality became natural. He smiled, nodding in greeting to the guests, then casually placed his wine glass on a servant's tray and walked quickly towards her. Triss. Edsack lovingly put his arm around her shoulder and softly asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. Triss's face still held a hint of sadness, a smile on her lips making her appear even more endearing. I'm just a little tired, Edsack, I'm so sorry. No, it's not your fault, you should go rest for a bit. Edsack looked up at Eve beside him and said, Miss Eve, please take care of Triss. My pleasure. Eve curtsied, bending her knees slightly in a standard greeting to Edsack, then took Triss from Edsack's embrace and led her into an empty lounge. Upon entering the room, Triss immediately shed her previous fatigue, standing up straight and moving around the room, her gaze constantly shifting left and right. She quickly walked to a cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and took out 3 candles. No need. Eve's voice came from behind. Triss turned her head, and an exceptionally beautiful face unexpectedly appeared in her vision. Her body instinctively wanted to step back, but her brain forcefully stopped her. The high-sequence demoness had, at some point, come so close behind her without her noticing at all. At this distance, she wouldn't even need to extend her hand. Just raising it would be enough to choke me. This thought abruptly appeared in Triss's mind, as if her brain had already surrendered to the other party. The Backland Grand Theater and the current scene flashed repeatedly in her mind. She didn't know if this was the influence of the amethyst ring or if her brain was already out of control. Eve tilted her head and smiled, as if completely unaware of the other party's abnormality. She bent down, reached out, pulled Triss up, and led her to the sofa. Rest here for a bit, Miss Triss. Triss obediently sat on the sofa, her left hand constantly caressing the ring on her right ring finger. She looked up, her tone a little tentative, and said, I really like Miss Eve's gift. As long as Miss Triss likes it, that's good, she replied. Triss pursed her lips slightly, pinched the amethyst ring with 2 fingers, and continued, I specially ordered a necklace for this ring. As she spoke, she spread her right hand and moved it up to her neck, where she wore a simple silver necklace. It had no excessive decoration, adorned with a blue, rhomboid diamond. But upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous intricate patterns on the diamond. They intertwined without appearing chaotic, adding a mysterious, luxurious touch to the necklace, making it exceptionally compatible with the ancient amethyst ring. However, the similarly colored sapphire ring on her index finger was even more compatible, making the amethyst appear out of place in comparison. It in your eyes, Miss Triss. Eve chuckled, interrupting Triss's words. She leaned back on the sofa, her posture relaxed and at ease, as if she were the owner of the place. You can just say it directly. The demoness, seemingly composed of all the beauty in the world, shook her head helplessly and spread her hands. This action and expression gave the gentle-looking young woman a touch of charming naivety. She said, "Every time I try to think, it feels like I can hear my brain wailing." Triss paused, an awkward expression flashing across her face, but she quickly hid it. Many thoughts surfaced and sank in her mind. She didn't fully believe the other party's words, as a sequence 8 of the demoness pathway was an instigator. Yet, she still cooperatively stated her request. "I want to remove Theosophy Order's ring." Triss raised her hand, showing Eve the sapphire ring on her right index finger, next to which was the amethyst ring Eve had given her. "You can." Triss's eyes immediately widened. She looked at the high-sequence demoness opposite her with shock and surprise, as if she had heard something impossible. She hadn't expected Eve to agree so readily. This was an item bestowed by the primordial demoness. Who exactly is she? But not now, Eve added. This statement, however, made Triss feel a bit more at ease. She secretly sighed in relief and asked, "When can I?" "A month, or 2 months," Eve slightly lifted her chin, as if contemplating something, and said nonchalantly, "I imagine these times are acceptable to you, right?" Indeed, it was acceptable. Triss had been wearing this ring for quite some time. Having waited this long, 1 or 2 months was perfectly acceptable to her. But if it could be sooner, that would, of course, be better. The longer it dragged on, the more likely accidents were to occur. Her selfish desires and the cunning of an instigator made her want to try bargaining for more benefits. This thought swirled in Triss's mind a few times, tempting her like a devil, but in less than a second, Triss immediately cut it off. From the very beginning, the initiative in this negotiation was in the other party's hands. She had no room to bargain. Without strength, what one could gain at the negotiating table depended solely on what the other party was willing to bestow. More often than not, it was a bloody harvest. Triss couldn't be sure if she had met a kind person willing to bestow or if she had become prey in a harvest. Perhaps both, who could say? Triss gave a bitter smile in her heart, wanting to pray for herself but not knowing which deity to appeal to. She seemed to have lost her faith. This realization made Triss uncomfortable. She frowned, silently recited, "May the demoness protect me," and then perfunctorily skipped past the thought. "What can I do for you?" Triss asked. "Emperor Rosal once said there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I think there must be something I can help you with." Triss saw the woman chuckle twice, as if she had heard something amusing. She suddenly leaned close to Triss, so close that Triss could even feel her breath. With each inhale and exhale, Triss heard her whisper in her ear, "You're right, my dear, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What I give you is chargeable, but when it will be charged and how it will be charged, you don't need to know." Triss felt as if she had been punched in the heart, but she still maintained a sweet smile on her face, nodding in agreement. She subtly shifted her body back a little, wanting to move away from the other person. The excessive proximity made her uneasy, as if her throat was being gripped in the other's hand. "Don't be like that." Triss had just moved a little when Eve's hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. The high-level demoness turned her head, and her stunning beauty made Triss momentarily forget to breathe. "It's as if I'm bullying you. Don't worry, you will get what you want." It wasn't until Eve sat back on the sofa that Triss gradually recovered. In that instant, her mind seemed to have been wiped clean of everything, leaving only the other person. "I was charmed by her." Triss felt fear, but intertwined with it was an uncontrollable excitement and longing. This was the power of a demigod. She had known this when she became an assassin, but she still drank the subsequent Beander potion precisely for this, the feeling of controlling everything. Triss looked at Eve, and it was as if she saw her future self in her. "If I can get what I want, then, I understand," Triss said with a smile. "No matter when, I will obey your will." Backland, Sherwood Borough. After work, Klein did not disguise himself as Sherlock Moriarty and go to the detective agency as usual. He wore a formal suit and, as Klein Moretti knocked on the agency's door, casually flipping through the notebook by the entrance. After confirming there were no commissions, he naturally left, hailed a carriage on the street, and headed to William Street. He still remembered Eve's instructions. He finished work early today, so it was a good time to come and take a look, to scout the location in advance. Number 8 William Street. Klein's eyes constantly scanned both sides of the road, searching for his target. Number 6, number 7, number 8, found it. Klein's eyes swept past the house number and shifted to the workers in the courtyard, immediately feeling a headache. It's actually being renovated. If they work at night too, that would be troublesome. Klein's gaze swept across the streets left and right, and he casually found a coffee shop to enter. A brightly dressed waiter immediately came to his side, guiding him to a window seat. Taking the menu, Klein quickly glanced at it, ordered a cup of black tea and princess pudding, then put the menu down. The waiter bent slightly to note Klein's order, then took the menu and left. Shortly after he left, another waiter came to Klein's table and served the black tea and pudding. Klein picked up the black tea, looked at the pudding in front of him, but his peripheral vision never left the villa across the street. Many footmen, maids, and workers were there, either arranging something in the courtyard or going in and out of the house, the visible busyness seeming to overflow from the courtyard. Klein stirred his black tea, looked up out the window, and after a while, he retracted his gaze, observing the interior of the shop or the delicacies in front of him. But no matter how he changed, the villa always remained within his line of sight. The villa Eve asked him to investigate must have a problem, but in situations involving beyonder powers like this, Klein tried to put himself in the other person's shoes. If he owned a villa involved in an occult incident, he would either quickly sell it or find a way to secretly resolve it, but no matter what, he wouldn't want others to know. Renovation, is it to cover up beyonder anomalies? But with so many workers and servants, wouldn't anomalies be more easily exposed? It's not possible that they are all his accomplices. This scale would warrant 2 Red Gloves teams. Perhaps the other party doesn't even know what is inside the villa he acquired. Klein pondered, his right hand, following muscle memory, scooped a small spoonful of pudding into his mouth. The pudding was smooth and elastic, with a dense texture. The slightly bitter crisp crust on top blended with the cool, sweet jelly below in his mouth, neutralizing the bitter and sweet, like dark clouds colliding with the sun and then dissipating in the breeze. Delicious. Klein lowered his head to look at the pudding and motioned for the waiter. "Sir, can I help you?" The waiter in a red uniform asked politely with a professional smile. "2 more princess puddings, to go," Klein said, then casually asked, "Did the people across the street just arrive in Backland?" "Yes, sir, you are very observant. That gentleman is from Jiang County and will settle in Backland. He is making some alterations to the house that will accompany him in the future," the waiter said with a slight apology. "If we are disturbing you, we can move you to another seat. There are a few more seats inside, where it will be quieter." No need, I understand. Even the most respectable gentleman cannot prevent these sounds from appearing," Klein said with a smile. The waiter echoed with a laugh, politely agreed to a few things, and then left. Klein turned to look at the villa, his mind gradually clearing. Now, it seems the latter possibility is greater. The owner of that house probably doesn't yet know what exists within the villa he bought. But this is only a matter of time. Living there long-term, that gentleman will discover it eventually. The basement. Klein watched the villa across the street, observing quietly for a long time until the workers in the courtyard stopped their work. He saw an old man in a black suit say something to the workers and the maids and butlers, and they stopped their work and gradually began to leave. Is it over? Klein looked up at the sky. Orange-red clouds had begun to invade the territory, and the rising moon and the setting sun faced each other from afar, both radiating a gentle glow. Frowning slightly, Klein stood up, picked up the cane by the wall, and left the cafe. The cane tapped lightly on the ground, the tapping sound gradually moving away from the street with his footsteps. Night, at this time when all things sleep, is always a favored time for lawbreakers. The dense darkness becomes a cloak for evil. Klein was wearing a black trench coat suitable for movement, his appearance not disguised at all. Having Eve by his side was more effective than any disguise. Eve grabbed Klein's right shoulder, her left arm wrapped around Ruarui, and then space twisted, like the visible heatwaves of summer, but even more viscous. All colors instantly deepened as if about to flow out. The next second, Klein saw a messy room, filled with building materials everywhere, chaotic yet with a hint of order. The room was large, but the missing furniture and scattered building materials made it seem unusually empty. From the classical crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling and the two leather sofas, Klein deduced that this should be the living room. Eve let go of his hand, bent down to place Ruarui on the ground, then raised her chin and said to Klein, "Go on, Zhou Mingrui." Klein nodded and began to look for suspicious points in the living room. Out of caution, for this matter that Eve valued, Klein did not use divination methods, relying solely on the most ancient human effort to search. Because he had to try to avoid leaving traces, Klein's movements were extremely careful. He briefly scanned the room. The most obvious anomaly in this area was the basement in the living room. The scattered building materials were not piled near the basement, as if an entrance and exit had been deliberately left. Klein guessed that the gentleman had discovered the basement and temporarily stopped the renovation. He just didn't know if he had sent anyone down to investigate. Eve walked behind Klein, gently nudging his back with her elbow and said, "Go in and see." "You go down first." Klein did not speak. He speculated that this place might be related to the source gem, so Eve let the current owner of the source gem, which was him, explore it, hoping to gain more discoveries. He thought to himself as he walked down the stairs to the end, entering a rather spacious basement. There were no gas pipes here, but 4 metal candelabras were embedded in the walls. Snap! Klein snapped his fingers, and the candelabras on the wall lit up one after another as if receiving an order, their dim yellow flames flickering, barely illuminating the basement. Stepping onto the flagstones, Klein looked at the barely visible basement and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. As expected of a noble's property, even the basement is, finely decorated, about the size of our house's living room. No, how is our house not a noble's property? This is a great noble from the 4th epoch. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but glance back at Eve, regretting that his timing for transmigration was truly off, otherwise he could have been corrupted by the sinful life of a feudal noble. However, he was just idly thinking. Klein was very satisfied with his current life. He quickly retracted his thoughts and focused his energy on searching the basement. There were no sundries in the basement, they must have been taken away by that noble, and the rest had been cleared out by the homeowner. Klein pressed against the wall, groping by the light of the flames. Found it. Klein suddenly spoke. Eve raised her eyebrows, a slight curve forming at the corners of her mouth, and quickly walked towards Klein. With the aid of the not-so-bright candlelight, a grayish-white stone door could be seen in the corner. It should have originally formed a hole with the wall, but now it was exposed. Klein reached out and pushed open the stone door. Amidst a heavy sound, he saw a dark corridor. Ah! The sudden brightness made Klein's eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. He closed his eyes tightly, only to reopen them 2 seconds later. What entered his vision was a bright flagstone corridor. Eve had brought the darkness here to its doomsday. Now, vision would no longer hinder Klein's exploration. Klein observed. There were several wooden doors on both sides and at the end of the passage. They showed signs of decay but were still barely usable. Not too ancient, but the exaggerated style of the door and the deep, heavy flagstones don't quite fit. Did the previous noble replace them? Klein walked forward carefully, step by step. As he passed the rooms on both sides, he could see the somewhat empty scenes inside through the open doors, and saw benches and tables that were quite consistent with the style of the door. These should have been left by the homeowner, so it seemed he had indeed sent people in to explore. Klein briefly checked, then quickly left, continuing forward without stopping, until he reached the black double stone door at the end. He placed his hand on the stone door and pushed outwards. A grating sound came, and Klein looked down to see a white scratch left on the floor. He paused, then looked up at Eve. Eve's mouth was downturned, her eyes level with the stone door, her expression clearly serious. Perhaps it was a characteristic of a demoness, although only her expression had changed. Klein felt as if she had become a different person. She might have felt Klein's gaze, or perhaps not, but she simply reached out her hand, placed it on the stone door, and pushed it hard, causing a grating friction sound to echo in the passage. The stone door cracked open a gap and rapidly widened, revealing what was inside to outsiders. In an instant, Klein immediately gasped, feeling his scalp tingle. Behind the stone door was a hall, and countless snakes of various colors were coiled in the hall, intertwined, wriggling and clustering together, forming a disgusting, exaggerated snake den several meters high and more than 10 meters long and wide. Klein couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, forcing himself to suppress the urge to look away, as he had always been very afraid of snakes due to a childhood psychological shadow. This time, you go, Klein swallowed and said to Eve. Eve nodded and walked into the room. The dense snakes in the hall suddenly scattered, slithering away in all directions as if fleeing from a monster. In just 1 minute, countless snakes had disappeared to who knows where. Klein immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly ran a few steps to catch up with Eve, and continued forward. Long time no see, Medici. Klein followed closely behind Eve, not forgetting to observe the architecture within the hall. The architecture here was consistent with the corridors outside. The only thing worth noting were the metal rods hanging from the dome, their ends carved into candlesticks of different creatures. Inverted candlesticks were characteristic of 4th epoch architecture, and this finally revealed the era to which the basement belonged. This was a 4th epoch building. Several papers had mentioned that the number of candlesticks varied in different buildings, and this was also mentioned in the novel he received from Eve. 1, 2, 3. Klein counted the candlesticks in his mind. There were 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. Klein was surprised by this astonishing number, but then he felt that he probably didn't need to be surprised. Anyone who could be simultaneously connected to both the source and Eve could not be an ordinary person. Well, he was an exception. The hall was exceptionally vast. After walking several hundred meters, Klein finally saw the thick wall marking the end. Continuing forward, he saw 2 iron black seats placed on a platform half a meter above the ground, overlooking the palace like a king. 2. The 2 massive thrones revealed the answer to Klein. This was the short-lived Tudor Truncest United Empire. Further ahead, on the wall at the bottom of the hall, there were 7 tall, heavy black stone doors. They were arranged in a row, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right, perfectly conforming to the 4th epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Do you want to take a look? Eve suddenly spoke. She pointed to the door in the center and said, I'm going there. If you want, I can wait for you here. Klein shook his head. Although he was curious about this place, he could explore it later. The central door often held special significance, perhaps being the core area of this ancient structure, and what could be obtained there might be more than all the other doors combined. Klein approached the stone door and stepped onto the dark black floor. The moment the stone door opened, he could see that the path ahead was blocked by boulders and earth. On both the left and right sides, there was a stone door of the same style as the hall. Continuing forward, he found that the door on the right was ajar, filled with mud and stones, while the stone door on the left was not completely closed, leaving a 3-centimeter gap. Eve looked at the stone door on the right, then reached out and pushed open the door on the left. She lifted her chin, signaling Klein to enter. Old sister's goal is very clear. Klein stepped into the room, guessing that Eve had explored this building before. Behind the left stone door, on top of stone slabs, were piles of white bones covered in decaying clothes, like a mass grave. Many items were scattered on the ground, likely the relics of explorers. Klein activated his spirit vision and carefully observed one of the items. A faint dark golden light emanated from it. Was it a mystical item? So many mystical items, what's the difference between this place and a gold mine? Klein's heart pounded fiercely. His rationality and conscience were severely impacted, but he still stood firm, forcing himself to avert his gaze and look at other parts of the room. At the end of the room, on the dark wall, stood a pair of double doors. There seemed to be fresh blood still clinging to this door. Just one glance made Klein feel a chill run through his body, as if a cold blade had pierced his chest. Klein couldn't help but take a step back, but was suddenly stopped by a hand. He looked back. Sure enough, Eve chuckled softly, looking at him. She withdrew her hand and patted Klein's shoulder, saying, "Go open the door." "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you," Eve suddenly added. Klein's body stiffened, and he somewhat wanted to pull his hand away from the door. He hadn't been worried initially, but with Eve saying that, he started to worry. "You." Klein's lips moved a few times, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, it all turned into a helpless sigh. "Never mind." He exerted force with both arms. A series of grating sounds, enough to set teeth on edge, emanated, and the world behind the black double doors began to reveal itself before him. In the center of the hall was a black high-backed chair, and on the high-backed chair sat a man. He wore black full-body armor, as if splashed with blood, and possessed a young, handsome face, but his head was bowed, quiet and deathly still. The moment the door opened, the man on the high-backed chair suddenly opened his eyes, startling Klein. Eve patted Klein's shoulder, signaling him to relax, then spread her arms and walked towards the man. Her lips curved into a smile as she said, "Long time no see, Medici." "Medici." Klein was shocked. He immediately lowered his head to look at the black cat at his feet. Seeing Rui nod, a strange feeling filled his heart. At this moment, Klein felt the same awkwardness he had felt as a child meeting unfamiliar relatives. He bent down and picked up Rui, his right hand continuously stroking the black cat's soft fur. "Ha! You!" Medici stood up, a perpetually flamboyant smile on his face, no different from the Red Angel of 1,000 years ago. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his words were interrupted by two voices. "Medici, your old sister has come to save you. Hurry and cry in your old sister's arms, little brother." Two cracks suddenly appeared on Medici's handsome face, and two mouths appeared on his cheeks, loudly mocking Medici. Eve's smile instantly stiffened, then returned to normal. She lowered her hands and pondered, saying, "Sauron. Einhorn." Although 1,000 years had passed, Eve still remembered the voices of these two. Medici had gone to hunt them back then and never returned. In an instant, Eve understood the situation, but Klein's mind was still muddled. He looked down at Rui in his arms. It's possible that over 1,000 years, the evil spirits of the three angels merged. Currently, it seems this fusion is dominated by Medici, Rui whispered, lowering her voice. But no matter how much Rui lowered her voice, everyone present could hear it. Medici didn't care about the black cat's words. He raised his hand and harshly rubbed his own cheek. "Shut up. Medici, you." No matter how much Sauron and Einhorn objected, they were ultimately suppressed by Medici, leaving only a final, unfinished sentence. Perhaps they wanted to curse him, but Medici didn't care. Klein watched Medici's series of actions in surprise. The awkwardness he had felt about meeting unfamiliar relatives instantly vanished completely from his heart. Medici looked up at Eve, silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Long time no see." Then he looked at Klein and asked, "Who is this kid?" Eve didn't answer. She turned around and looked at Klein, seemingly waiting for his response. Klein continuously stroked Rui's soft fur, his upper and lower teeth rubbing together twice before he spoke. "I am her younger brother, Zhou Mingrui. You can also call me Klein." Hearing Klein's name, Medici paused for a second. He stepped down from the high platform, approaching the other party step by step, full of authority. Eve still didn't speak. She even moved to the side, leaving the path between the two unobstructed, seemingly not intending to interfere. The tall man lowered his gaze to Klein. The evil spirit had no shadow, not a single trace of it cast on Klein's body, but the sense of oppression constantly enveloped him. The quiet black cat in his arms suddenly moved, not violently but enough for Klein to realize her intention. As soon as his arm loosened slightly, the agile cat immediately jumped out. Ruirui's departure instantly tightened Klein's heart. A sense of nervousness once again welled up, his eyes firmly fixed on the approaching Medici. "Are you Zhou Mingrui?" Medici asked. Klein nodded, but the other party suddenly skied, as if suspicion was written all over his face. A seer, and not even a demigod. Medici's gaze was one of scrutiny that everyone could see. This angel seemed not to hide his emotions much, openly expressing his attitude. "Are you really Zhou Mingrui?" Medici mused, but before Klein could answer, he immediately waved his hand and said indifferently, "No need to explain to me. If she says it is, then it is." Although the specific reason was unclear, Medici was not prepared to press the matter. Klein's lips moved, finally uttering a, "Thank you. It seems you two get along very well." Eve, holding Ruirui, suddenly appeared beside them and said to Klein with a smile, "Medici is the older brother, the second brother." Klein looked at Medici and tentatively called out, but received no answer. The other party rubbed his cheek, then slightly raised his chin, which counted as a response, before turning his head to look at Eve. "You still haven't become a god." At this moment, Medici's gaze and tone expressed his disdain. "I thought you would choose to become a god after my fall." "What? Were you beaten by Cheek and Salinger?" "Oh, I'm so sorry." Eve was already used to it and didn't care about Medici's slightly mocking tone. She pushed Medici's shoulder and said, "I'm doing quite well right now, no risk of falling. After your fall, I did have plans to become a god, but unfortunately, there was a small accident that delayed it by a century." Eve squeezed the tip of Ruirui's ear and continued, "But it's not too bad. This time I can still get a gift. A century." As a history graduate, the first thing Klein thought of when he heard this timeframe was the Rosal era. In his later years, Rosal launched a war, attempting to conquer the entire world, and was eventually defeated by an anti-Rosal alliance formed by multiple nations and churches. During that war, the Rose school of thought supported Rosal. The anti-Rosal war period was the peak of the Rose school of thought. The Chaos Demonesses churches spread across the northern continent with Rosal's iron cavalry, but after the war ended, the Rose school of thought rapidly declined. To show opposition to Rosal, countless churches of the Rose school of thought were destroyed, and they lost their right to public proselytization from before the war. Was that small accident related to this event? Gift. Medici repeated. A conqueror Beander characteristic. Medici instantly froze. He lowered his head and looked at Eve. Eve put away her smile, her expression a bit serious, and said, "It's already too late." Tisk. Medici, skied unwillingly, waved his hand, and said, "You don't need to give way. It's not like I can't afford to lose." "Where are the other two conqueror Beander characteristics?" Medici asked. He didn't ask about the location of the uniqueness, clearly stating his attitude to Eve. "One is in my hands, made into a sealed artifact. The other is in the hands of the Fulsac royal family. When I get the second conqueror Beander characteristic, I will give this one to you." Medici looked at Eve with slight surprise. This meant that if not for that small accident, Eve might have already become a dual pathway true god. "What was that small accident?" Medici asked. "Nothing much." Eve thought for a moment, then skied as well, saying, "The three gods aren't reliable, though I never intended to rely on them. They exploited a bug." Eve added, "Nothing to be surprised about." Medici fell silent, understanding a lot in an instant. Back then, Eve's cooperation with the three gods was known best by her and the Evernight goddess, besides the parties involved. At that time, Eve was too passive, making many concessions in the conditions, making it very easy to exploit loopholes. Klein, however, was completely bewildered, but he noticed that Medici seemed to understand Eve's offhand remark about exploiting a bug. Klein immediately looked at Medici, his gaze sharp and fervent, as if it could burn a hole through Medici. Eve reached out and waved her hand in front of Klein, saying, "Stop looking, he's a local." With that, she put Ruirui down, took out a small, classically styled makeup mirror, waved it at Medici, and said, "I'll take you out." Eve had already considered Medici's situation as an evil spirit and specifically brought a death pathway sealed artifact. The makeup mirror swayed left and right in Medici's line of sight, silently urging him. The restrictions in the hall were already broken. Only a death pathway sealed artifact or Biander was needed to take Medici away. Medici didn't hesitate, immediately attaching himself to the classical makeup mirror, his figure appearing in the mirror's surface. Klein leaned closer and saw a tall, handsome red-haired man appear on the mirror's surface. It was Medici. The moment he entered the mirror, 2 cracks appeared on his cheeks. Finally, I can leave this damned place. I'm going to suffocate to death. Perhaps they thought the two were speaking well, or perhaps he was in a good mood, but this time Medici didn't suppress them back, allowing their mouths to open and close, chattering on about many things. Hey, Eve, do you have a hunter pathway Biander characteristic? Hey, Medici, quickly ask your sister for some snacks. Ha, I'm not like you two useless fellows, only a mouth left. I can find it myself. You're powerful, but you still got killed by Tudor just like us, ha 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 ha. Did Tudor feel a sense of accomplishment when he killed the powerful Lord Medici, ha 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 ha. I'm not like you guys, I was killed by Tudor, Adam, and Eamon working together. New vessel. Bang. Eve closed the makeup mirror, held it reversed in her hand, and tossed it backward. Klein saw the makeup mirror flying through the air and his heart instantly tightened. He immediately stepped forward and steadily caught the mirror in his hand. He opened the makeup mirror and repeatedly observed the condition of its surface. Stop looking so nervous. We're not that fragile yet. Sauron and Einhorn's voices came one after another. This vessel is too troublesome. Medici's slightly displeased voice also came from the mirror. I need a new vessel. Of course. Eve extended her thumb and pointed towards a house, winking slyly. Klein looked at the house, observing it carefully for a few seconds, but found nothing unusual. He lowered his head and suddenly realized that Medici's figure was no longer in the mirror. Medici disappeared. Klein showed the mirror to Eve. The red malevolent spirit was gone. He went to get his new vessel, Eve replied. Klein closed the mirror after hearing this and handed it to Eve, but Eve blocked him with one hand. It's for you, Eve said. Spirit Communing Mirror, a Sequence 3 sealed artifact, 3-216. It can communicate with spirits and borrow their power. The negative effect is that using it for more than 10 minutes at a time might attract malevolent spirits. Klein was about to speak when Eve immediately interrupted him, adding, I'm not giving it to you for free, it's just an investment. The number of mystical items you currently possess is unimaginable to other Beyonders of the same sequence, but for an organization, it's too few. Eve leaned closer to Klein, patted his back, and flashed a rather bright and cheerful smile. You'll have to repay me double in the future, you know. So it's a usurious loan. Klein's burgeoning gratitude was stifled by Eve, but he still sincerely said, thank you. Klein put away the spirit communing mirror, and stood with Eve, waiting for Medici. It didn't take long, or rather, only a very brief moment, before a strange, gloomy man walked out of that house. The man looked to be in his 20s or 30s, dressed in a black robe, with a gaunt face and faint dark circles under his eyes. His golden hair was a bit long, reaching his shoulders, but it was greasy, as if he hadn't washed it in a month. As he approached, Klein noticed many grease stains on the black robe, as well as an indescribable foul odor. Suddenly, 2 slits appeared on his gaunt cheeks, mockingly competing to speak. This guy is too dirty. Medici, your taste is truly unique. Medici's nostrils twitched twice, and he frowned deeply, seemingly disgusted as well. He urged, let's go back quickly. Medici. Klein scrutinized Medici up and down, muttering, a new vessel. Relax, relax. Eve walked over and patted Klein's cheek, instantly bringing him back to his senses. He is a member of the numinous episcopate and once performed live sacrifices on the southern continent. No, I didn't. Klein pulled Eve's hand away, looked up slightly, and said thoughtfully, I just felt. Klein didn't know how to describe that feeling, fear, confusion, neither. It seemed to be just a momentary blankness of thought, and when he tried to recall it, there was nothing. Let's go back. In Sherwood Borough, Backland, the space within a house with tightly drawn curtains twisted, as if imprinted into an oil painting. But in the blink of an eye, all anomalies vanished, and 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 cat appeared in the place that had originally been empty. "Let's get to know each other properly," the demoness said. "You'll probably need to live here for a while." "Where's the bathing area?" Medici said impatiently. Compared to the stench of corpses and excrement on the battlefield, this was nothing. He was merely disgusted. "Second floor," Klein proactively replied. "I'll take you there." Eve put down the black cat, pinched the right side of her neck with her left hand, and said, "All right, you take Medici. Medici can just stay in your room. Get some rest early." The 3 bid each other good night. If one ignored the sudden interjections of Sauron and Einhorn, this night seemed quite warm. Klein led Medici to his bathroom, ushered Medici inside, and asked, "Do you need pajamas?" "No. Any clothes at all are better than this rag." Medici closed the bathroom door. His voice sounded muffled due to the door's obstruction. "Does he mean casual clothes?" Klein pondered, rummaging through his wardrobe for an unworn shirt. He hadn't moved here long, and there were still 1 or 2 newly bought clothes he hadn't worn. After some searching, Klein managed to put together a complete set of unworn clothes: a shirt, trousers, and a brown long coat. The shoes had all been worn, and he also didn't know if Medici could fit into them. He pulled the bathroom door open, creating a gap, and slipped the clothes inside. A moment later, Medici emerged from the bathroom wearing Klein's clothes, opened the bedroom door, and said to the young man sitting on the bed reading a newspaper, "I'm going out to find some Viander characteristics." Klein nodded, and the other party closed the bedroom door and left. The Government Employee Unified Examination Act has officially passed in the upper house. The initial examination will take place in early December, the second round in late January next year, and the final interview 2 weeks later. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in this examination, and registration will begin. Reporters speculate that most of these will be in Backland. In a house in Sherwood Borough, Backland, Klein ate breakfast alone. Eve and Ruarui, as usual, were sleeping in, and Medici had not returned since leaving last night. He picked up his black tea, sipping it slowly, and took the newspaper Eve subscribed to, his eyes constantly scanning the text. The act passed in late September, positions announced in early October, registration completed in early November, exams starting in early December. The schedule is very tight and quite unreasonable, clearly showing the urgency of the king and prime minister. But this is very beneficial for Benson. He had over 2 months more to prepare than others. Even if he can't compare to those university-educated elites, he will certainly surpass most other people, and the positions those elites seek will not overlap with his. He should be fine. Sigh. Klein sighed suddenly as he pondered. He felt that after transmigrating, he seemed to have become a bit more sentimental. Perhaps if he had sufficient literary skills, he could even become a poet. No matter what, it's a good thing, Klein thought to himself. Whether it's Benson's job or Melissa's studies, they will definitely move to Backland. Perhaps I should go meet them. Klein guessed that he might be returning to Tingen tomorrow, which was why he was feeling a bit, well, anxious now. The anomalous Admiralsel. Klein was very busy all Sunday, or rather, he was busy every day. Between his church work and detective agency work, even with Eve sharing some of the agency's tasks, Klein still felt like one of him wasn't enough. He still had to go to the Viander gathering in the evening to pick up a mystical item, and the money he had painstakingly saved was instantly gone. Now, merely not falling back into debt was enough to make him happy. By the time he returned home, Medici and Eve were already at the dining table. Medici, dressed in a pure black trench coat, had an air of gloomy handsomeness, and a relaxed demeanor, as if he had made good progress. Compared to him, Klein looked dispirited. Several days of insufficient sleep made him appear quite tired. So, even though his wallet had just slimmed down, Klein didn't choose a lucky pirate to replenish his small treasury. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom to rest, to gather his spirits for his return to Tingen, and to wake up early tomorrow to catch the train. Woo! 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 The black iron behemoth let out a whistle, and the friction between the tracks and wheels produced a series of sounds as it moved. Its speed began to slow, getting slower and slower, until it finally stopped at the station. The already not-so-quiet carriage was now like hot oil dropped into boiling water, a cacophony of noise. Gentlemen and ladies retrieved their luggage from above, pushing and shoving, carried by the flow of people off the train. Pickpockets mingled in the crowd, their eyes darting around, quietly reaching out. Klein stood up, picked up his cane, and sharply struck the pickpocket's hand, which was clutching a wallet. With a thwack, the leather wallet instantly fell to the ground. "Hey, there's a thief here." The victim turned his head, immediately reacted, and shouted. Without even picking up his wallet, he punched the thief in the face. Klein hadn't expected such a respectable gentleman to be so wild. The already noisy carriage became even more chaotic. Two people wrestled together, bumping into many bystanders. Several gentlemen joined the fray, and the conductor's voice came from the door, shouting as he pushed his way against the current into the carriage. With his cane tucked under his arm, Klein turned sideways and followed the flow of people out of the carriage. He didn't have much luggage, making it much easier for him to move than others. By the time the conductor arrived, the commotion in the carriage had gradually subsided. The police wouldn't know when they would arrive. Klein tidied his clothes, which had been disheveled by the crowd, took his cane in hand, left the station, and took a carriage to Blackthorn Security Company. The train station was not far from Blackthorn Security Company. In just over 10 minutes, Klein arrived at the company's entrance. He reached out and pushed open the door, and a familiar sweet female voice suddenly entered his ears. "Oh, Klein, you're finally back." That was Roseanne's voice. She sounded very excited and loud, immediately attracting the attention of others. Roseanne immediately ran over, grabbed Klein's arm, and forcefully pulled him towards the captain's office. "Quick, come with me to see the captain." Klein's eyes were filled with confusion. Roseanne's excitement was clearly not due to his return. It seemed there was another problem in Tingen, and it was related to him. Henry put down his newspaper, looked at Roseanne pulling Klein, and did not stop her. He said, "You go see the captain first." Creak. The sound of the doorknob turning was so insignificant in this somewhat noisy room, but the person who emerged from the room commanded the respect of everyone present. Clearly, a wooden door would have difficulty preventing Roseanne's voice from spreading. Dunn poked half his body out of the room. He looked at Roseanne pulling Klein's hand and frowned. The girl instantly recoiled her hand silently, like a small mouse caught under a cat's paw. She hesitated twice, then quietly reached out again, trying to smooth out the wrinkles on Klein's sleeve that she had pulled. Klein immediately found himself in a difficult situation, but he didn't pull back his arm to avoid embarrassing the girl. He pretended not to notice, handed the gift to Roseanne, asked her to help distribute it, and then walked towards the captain. Perhaps not expecting Klein to bring a gift, the girl immediately showed her happiness on her face. As if remembering what had just happened, her expression changed, becoming unusually serious, as if she had taken on the heavy responsibility of deciding the world's fate. She assured Klein that she would complete the task perfectly, even standing rooted to the spot, watching Klein enter Dunn's office. "Captain." Klein sat in the soft chair opposite Dunn and spoke. Although he didn't ask directly, his questioning tone conveyed his thoughts to Dunn. "Admiralsel came to Blackthorn Security Company last night," Dunn explained, clasping his hands on the desk. "He was like a madman, constantly shouting your name." Klein paused, then mused, did he lose control? Admiralsel was originally half a monster, constantly seeing things he shouldn't, and his mental state was much worse than that of a normal Beander. "I don't think so," Dunn shook his head, refuting Klein's guess. "We examined him and found no symptoms of losing control. The divination results also showed that he was normal." And, Dunn paused, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, saying, "Last night, Henry was on duty, but he was completely unaware of Admiralsel's presence. If Admiralsel hadn't suddenly rushed out, perhaps Henry would have never discovered his presence." No one knows how he managed to infiltrate Blackthorn's security company completely undetected by Cohenry. He couldn't communicate, and divination yielded no answers. Moreover, the position where he appeared was near Channy's gate. For safety reasons, we temporarily detained Admiralsel, and Sika is currently guarding him. Klein immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. In that situation, if he had wanted to, he could have easily stolen the sealed artifact behind Channy's gate. This was something Admiralsel should not have been able to do. Perhaps I can try to communicate with Admiralsel. Klein lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his touch so gentle that it made no sound. He said with a serious expression, "He kept calling my name, perhaps he wants to tell me something." Dunn nodded and said, "We thought the same thing. You'll make contact with him first and see if you can get any useful information. If you detect any abnormalities, stop contact immediately," Dunn added. "Sika and I will be guarding outside the door." "Understood." Klein nodded and, led by Dunn, arrived in front of the room where Admiralsel was being held. In front of that wooden door, the guarding Sika nodded solemnly at Klein and opened the door for him. Coming home. Although he was detained, the place where Admiralsel was held was actually a comfortable lounge. Neither the soft sofa nor the warm coffee created any sense of tension. Admiralsel. As soon as he entered the room, Klein saw the young man curled up in a corner. He was squatting with his head in his hands, muttering something, but his words were as unintelligible as countless jumbled characters. Klein was proficient in Lonis, ancient Fulsak, Hermes, ancient Hermes, giant language, and Elvish, and had a slight understanding of Intis. But even with such powerful linguistic ability, he couldn't discern the meaning of Admiralsel's words. Perhaps it was just Lonis, but too chaotic to be recognized. Admiralsel. Seeing no reaction, Klein called out again, cautiously approaching him. The distance gradually shortened, and the closer he got, the more the chaotic words drilled into his ears, making him hesitate. Was Admiralsel truly not losing control? Everything before him made Klein ponder. Admiralsel's condition was very poor. Perhaps hearing Klein's voice, or sensing the person behind him drawing near, Admiralsel suddenly stood up and lunged at Klein, his hands tightly gripping his shoulders, continuously shouting Klein's name. Admiralsel's sudden attack made Klein involuntarily take 2 steps back. He immediately placed his hands on Admiralsel's shoulders, resisting the other party's sudden approach, maintaining a certain distance. "Calm down, Admiralsel, calm down. You won't be harmed. It's safe here. The goddess will protect you and me." Klein tried to soothe Admiralsel, but it had no effect, so he gave up and instead tried to ask, "What did you see?" Admiralsel's body suddenly stiffened, like a broken robot, abruptly stopping and starting. He tightened his grip, clenching Klein's shoulders, and murmured, no, it's not you, I don't know. Me. Klein was puzzled, but unfortunately, Admiralsel's condition was too poor at the moment. The words from his mouth became chaotic again, repeating a few phrases. Klein tried to calm the other party's emotions, but it had no effect. "If there were a psychiatrist, perhaps I could send a commission to Miss Justice." Klein pondered, his hands not relenting, trying hard to pull himself away from Admiralsel. Surprisingly, although Admiralsel was gripping very tightly, Klein easily pulled him away, but the other party always reached for Klein at the first opportunity, like a drowning person constantly flailing to grasp a floating straw. Helpless, Klein shouted towards the door, "Captain." Upon receiving the information, Dunn and Sika immediately rushed into the room, separating Klein and Admiralsel. The moment they were separated, Sika flipped Admiralsel onto the ground, her leg half bent against his back to prevent him from violently lashing out and harming anyone. "Klein." Dunn called out. "I'm fine, Captain." Klein shook his head, indicating he was all right. "Let's go outside to talk." Dunn nodded, then turned to look at Admiralsel and Sika. "He's not injured," Sika looked up and said, "but his mental state is very poor. This is very obvious, and we can't find the reason." "Sika, continue to guard Admiralsel," Dunn instructed, then turned to Klein and said, "Let's go." Dunn led Klein out of the lounge where Admiralsel was being held and into the office. As soon as they sat down, he immediately asked, "What did Admiralsel say?" Klein organized his thoughts, then spoke with a serious expression, "He saw me." "He saw you." "Yes." Klein recalled Admiralsel's frenzied appearance and said thoughtfully, "He saw me, then said it wasn't me." His words were very chaotic. Besides that, there was no other useful information. "It's certain that the person Admiralsel saw was definitely not you. They just appeared before him in your image," Dunn said, clasping his hands and resting them under his chin as he pondered, "but why would that person appear before Admiralsel in your image? Admiralsel kept shouting your name. Was he frightened, trying to tell you something, or was the other party asking Admiralsel to find you? Have you recently come into contact with?" Dunn paused. He suddenly realized his question might involve Klein's Red Gloves work. He slowly raised a hand to pinch his brow, deep in thought. "No," Klein replied. Although Dunn's words were incomplete, it was enough for him to guess the question. No contact. In reality, if he were to mention the high-sequence individuals he had encountered, the captain might suspect he was on the verge of losing control. But Klein would absolutely not tell Dunn. His expression was serious and earnest, completely devoid of the guilt of lying, and Dunn did not suspect him, merely cautioning, "Pay attention to all anomalies and report them as soon as possible." Dunn tapped the desk and said with a hint of apology, "Today is your day off, yet you still have to help deal with matters." "I am also a Nighthawks, Captain," Klein said with a smile. Dunn also smiled and said, "You go home first. This time, spend some good time with your family. If anything comes up, we will let you know." Klein nodded and left after bidding farewell to his colleagues at Blackthorn Security Company. It wasn't until he was in the carriage that he remembered he hadn't asked Admiralsel for this week's debt. "Forget it," Klein muttered to himself, "Admiralsel is in no condition to pay the debt." The carriage slowly stopped on Narcissus Street. Klein reached into his pocket and touched the necklace, as if a pair of invisible large hands were tightly gripping his heart. Klein stood below the apartment building, looking up. From here, he could see the window of his room. He took a deep breath and walked into the apartment building. Monday was always busy, students went to school, and gentlemen and ladies needed to go to work. There was no one nearby, and the apartment was very quiet. Klein could clearly hear his own footsteps, step by step, approaching the door. Clatter. The keys clinked together, making a crisp sound. He accurately picked out the key to No. 2 Narcissus Street and inserted it into the lock. Click. As the key turned, Klein felt the wooden door under his palm loosen. With a gentle push, the door swung open inwards. Everything was still the same. The scene inside the room instantly entered Klein's eyes. He could see the newspaper laid out on the sofa, indicating someone had been reading it there not long ago, perhaps Melissa, or Benson. There were still 3 cups on the coffee table, all clean, placed upside down on the tea tray. Tarot gathering. Who? A room door slowly opened, and the maid Bella cautiously peeked out half her body to look at the doorway. "Mr. Klein." She looked very surprised, immediately walked out from the door, and quickly went to Klein, saying with delight, "Mr. Klein, you're back. Benson and Melissa won't be back until the afternoon." As Bella spoke, she intended to lead Klein to the sofa, but after taking 2 steps forward, her words suddenly paused. She quickly went to the sofa, picked up the newspaper on it, placed it on the coffee table, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Please sit, sir." "Red tea or coffee?" "No need," Klein shook his head. "I'm leaving soon. Just give me the keys to Benson's and Melissa's rooms." Bella was stunned for a moment, then dazedly took out the keys and handed them to Klein, murmuring, "Mr. Klein, aren't you waiting for Benson and Melissa?" "No." Klein took the keys and replied, "I just came back for some business and stopped by to take a look. I'll be leaving right away." Bella watched Klein's retreating figure as he went upstairs, then after 2 seconds, she withdrew her gaze and dazedly scratched her cheek. She looked at the newspaper on the coffee table, feeling another wave of panic and embarrassment. "I hope Mr. Klein doesn't fire me," Bella prayed in her heart. "I won't be so careless next time." Klein was unaware of Bella's thoughts and had no intention of firing her. He was currently standing in front of Benson's room, opened the door, walked in, and placed the last bottle of red wine he brought on the desk. Benson's desk was neatly arranged with many books and notebooks. Klein casually picked up one and opened it. It was a law book and Benson's notes. Some of the notes had very fresh handwriting, indicating they hadn't been written long ago. Even after he left, Benson was still self-studying law and politics. Klein briefly read some, speculating that Benson shouldn't have much difficulty passing the civil service exam. He then put down the notes and went to Melissa's room. Melissa's desk was not as tidy as Benson's. Books lay neatly on the desk, but some scattered mechanical parts made her desk look less clean, yet not messy. It was a kind of organized chaos with a unique aesthetic. In the corner of the desk lay an unfinished mechanical creature, progressed enough for one to recognize it as a puppet. It already had 2 arms and 1 left leg. About 2 centimeters away from it was a rectangular object, which should be its right leg. It looked like it would be similar to, or even more exquisite than, the one Klein took away. Klein took out the necklace from his pocket and placed it in the drawer, then pressed the explanation he had written in advance under the topmost book. After confirming its safety through divination, he left the room. Bella. Klein came to the staircase and found Bella still standing by the sofa, seemingly not having moved. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Bella immediately replied, her tone a little nervous. Klein was momentarily surprised. "No." He quickly walked downstairs and handed over the keys. "You seem a bit nervous." "I just wanted to return the keys." "I'm sorry, Mr. Klein." Bella took the keys, lowered her head, and kept glancing at the newspaper on the coffee table. "I swear this was just an accident. I'll be more careful next time." "Oh, no, I'm very sorry. Because of the kindness of the sir and miss, I did become a bit lax." Klein followed Bella's gaze and noticed the newspaper on the coffee table. Combined with Bella's words, he instantly understood. "Don't be nervous, Bella. I won't fire you. Clearly, this place is clean and tidy. You are a qualified, or rather, excellent maid. I won't fire you because of one accident." He was a little puzzled, wondering if he wasn't friendly enough. But he didn't think much of it, offered a few words of comfort, and then left. Due to time constraints, Klein bought a pie on the way to solve his lunch and rushed back home. Only a dozen minutes remained until the Tarot Club. Medici and Eve were not home, which saved him the time of sending Medici away. Klein didn't mind Medici knowing his alias, but unfortunately, Sauron and Einhorn were still with him. Before they separated, he would definitely keep his alias tightly hidden. Klein first prayed to ask if Eve would attend this Tarot Club. After receiving an affirmative answer, he began the 4-step reverse ritual to ascend Saphira Castle. "Perhaps I can entrust Justice to treat Admiralsel after she advances." Klein sat on the bronze chair, his eyes fixed on the silver pocket watch, idly thinking. "By the way, should I create a alt account? Having an alt account would be more convenient, and I wouldn't need to bother old sister with extra requests. I can try after advancing to Marionettist." Tick-tock tick-tock. The hands of the clock moved, and the time drew nearer. Snap. Klein closed the pocket watch, reached out to touch the crimson star, and simultaneously approved Eve's application. In an instant, a burst of light erupted like a fountain and then gradually dissipated. In its place were 4 figures. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Miss Queen." Audrey greeted each member of the Tarot Club, her cheerful voice opening the prelude to this Tarot Club meeting. Hanged Man nodded as a response. He was the first to stand up and humbly said, "This time it's still 6 pages. The last page will be given to you next time." "All right." Klein nodded indifferently. Derek looked at the diary that appeared and disappeared in front of Alger, his heart filled with envy. If he could also find Rosal's diary, he would be able to exchange more information with Mr. Fool and save the City of Silver. The gray fog did not significantly affect Eve's vision, he could easily discern Derek's thoughts. It was just a pity that although Rosal had explored the forsaken land of the gods, he habitually recorded his experiences after returning to Intis. Klein was unaware of the member's thoughts. He lowered his head and scanned the content of the first page. February 9th, I had my third child. I named him Bonneva. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, is fortunate. Zeratul secretly came to congratulate me, praising Bonneva as a lovely angel. Sometimes, one really shouldn't ask for the results of divination. Demonists are also skilled in divination. I received the same but more detailed results from Eve. Bonneva will become an angel, Bernadette will break with me, and Charles will meet his death. It seems Charles ultimately did not achieve a high sequence. This is within expectations. He is not suited for artisan but has no choice. I'm sorry for him. Bonneva was born at sequence 5, so it's not surprising that he will become an angel. What shocked me most is that Bernadette would actually break with me. I can't accept it. My lovely Bernadette. My obedient Bernadette. How could she break with her father? I asked him if there was a way to avoid it. Eve merely comforted me, saying that in the distant future, we would reconcile as before, and simultaneously advised me not to let Bonneva advance to demigod too early, as that would cause a severe loss of his humanity. I need to record these 2 points separately to show their importance. Bernadette will reconcile with me. Do not let Bonneva advance to demigod earlier. After reading the first page of the diary, Klein connected it to Emperor Rosel's madness in his later years and vaguely guessed the reason for the father-daughter estrangement. Rosel's secret. Bernadette will become a big shot in the mysterious world. Klein pondered this sentence, what level can be called a big shot? Klein thoughtfully turned the page of the diary. May 22, Florent of the Sauron family actually wanted me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lapdog? His attitude was simply unacceptable. I swear, I will make him pay for his pride today. However, some of the things he mentioned were very interesting, worth pondering. Florent said that the Sauron family's history spans over 2,000 years. A long history has given them more than just pride. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps even extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. This is truly a colossal entity standing on the earth, one that people dare not look directly at. The content of this page made Klein think of many things. The Sauron on Medici's body was likely the ancestor of the Sauron family. Rosel's eventual overthrow of the Sauron family's rule and his self-appointment as consul and protector must have involved a tragic, terrifying, and thrilling struggle. And previous diary entries mentioned that Eve also participated in this war and obtained a Conqueror Beander characteristic from it. This Conqueror characteristic originally belonged to Sauron, but he probably doesn't know yet that the characteristic in Eve's hand is his own. However, he probably won't need much time to find out. After all, Rosel's overthrow of the Sauron family was an epic-making event. Even the most ignorant person would know about it. Klein continued to flip through. The next page recorded Rosel's early days as the consul of the Intis Republic, showing that his relationship with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had improved. Klein continued to shift his gaze to the fourth page. August 11, Florent, that idiot, is showing off again. He said he is the most promising person in this generation of the Sauron family to achieve a high sequence. Florent's great-great-grandfather was a high-sequence powerhouse. Being like him means having talent. When this diary was written, Emperor Rosel was still very green, unaware of the two great laws of Beander characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Speaking of which, Eve should have sought out Rosel very early, right? Did she not teach him, or had they not met yet? Klein continued reading. Following that were Emperor Rosel's satisfaction and worries about Intis's open-minded atmosphere. He quickly turned to the fifth page. April 20th, I once again attended the secret gathering of that ancient organization. Those members still shocked me. It's hard to believe they are all part of this organization. This time, I learned some of the ancient organization's principles. All actions of this organization are based on these principles. It can be seen that they are very hostile towards the true Creator, describing him with various words that express depravity and evil without reservation. They possess the second cards of blasphemy. Haha, I'll have to change my customary way of referring to sequence pathways in the future. That term sounds very low within that ancient organization. Your Majesty, can't you write down the name of the secret organization? Klein couldn't help but complain in his heart before he began to analyze the content of this page. Apart from the secret organization, the only thing that caught his attention was the mention of Doomsday in the diary. Many secret organizations claimed that Doomsday would surely come, including the Rose School of Thought, the Laser Society, and even the Orthodox churches had related descriptions, so it was very likely that such a twilight truly existed. But he was very curious, what was the cause of this twilight? What kind of disaster could be called doomsday even in the face of gods? Pondering in his heart, Klein turned the diary page and looked at the last page. January 1st, this is the beginning of a new year, and I have just completed the creation of my first cards of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secrets contained within the 22 divine pathways in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them in various places. This will be the greatest reliance for my children. The pattern of the mysterious world will be broken. This is what we want, it is an unstoppable tide of the times. Wait for it, Intis, your emperor will eventually return. Reading this, Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What did this mean? What was the unstoppable tide of the times? Who were we, besides Emperor Rosal, Eve, Zeratul? And what did the pattern of the mysterious world will be broken refer to? Does your emperor will eventually return mean that Rosal did not die? Klein's mind was bombarded with information, like a mixture of honey and grass stirred in his brain, but his thoughts were not chaotic. On the contrary, he was extremely clear-headed at this moment, his gaze shifting downward, searching for useful information. I need to consider how to name the soon-to-be complete cards of blasphemy. There are 22 divine pathways, and 22 major arcana cards in tarot, which can correspond perfectly. However, some names do not meet the requirements, so I must make some changes to conform to the original potion names. Aside from the portion for my children, Empress will be left to Eve, Justice to Adam, and all others will be scattered everywhere. I hope they can conveniently help me look after my children. This is a crazy plan, but I choose to trust Adam and Eve. He gives me support, I postpone my resurrection, and indeed, as he said, I can withdraw at any time. Even if a second Black Emperor appears, I can resurrect when this guy becomes a god and sees the characteristic and uniqueness, though this means I will become a mad god. Writing this, I really feel unwilling. My limit can only reach here. Occasionally, I wonder if the spoils Eve obtained in the coup were Adam's prepaid reward, and if they conspired to trick me from the very beginning. But this thought is meaningless, it's just my complaint. Look on the bright side, Rosal, after they become outer deities, you might still have a chance to turn back and contend for the outer deity, ha ha ha. I will wage war, become an emperor, and embrace death under the name of tyrant. After I die, the emperor will become a symbol of brutality and backwardness. Phew, Klein took a deep breath in his heart. The information on this page was too astonishing. Firstly, from the remaining information, Emperor Rosal indeed died, but he has the ability to resurrect. He postponed his resurrection due to Eve and the being named Adam. Klein doesn't know when Emperor Rosal's resurrection will be. And Adam, Klein always felt as if he had seen this name somewhere, but he couldn't recall where. He searched his memory and remembered that Eve had erased some of his memories, which might be related to Adam. Mad God. Rosal returning from resurrection to become a mad god. Klein's extensive knowledge of mysticism immediately made him realize the implication. Rosal became a god by crossing pathways. Rosal was originally of the artisan pathway, with the adjacent pathway being mystery prior. The true god position for this pathway was vacant, but the uniqueness had become active as the hidden sage. An active uniqueness was very troublesome, but Emperor Rosal at the time had the support of Eve and Adam, at least one king of angels and 2 angels, who were capable of dealing with the hidden sage. Why didn't he choose to kill the hidden sage, but instead crossed pathways? Was it internal discord or another hidden reason? Next were the cards of blasphemy, corresponding to the 22 divine pathways. Rosal gave Empress to Eve and Justice to Adam. Coincidentally, Eve's codename in the Tarot Club was Empress. Does this indicate that Eve wasn't chosen randomly, but that the tarot cards and divine pathways have some connection? What about justice? Which pathway does justice symbolize? Finally, there was the outer deity mentioned by Rosal. There are great beings above true gods, but Eve had said that he would only learn this knowledge after becoming an angel. I'll ask Eve about it after this. Perhaps he'll need his memory erased again. Mr. Fool's reading time today is extra long. Audrey's eyes curiously darted around, then turned to Eve, and then to the Hanged Man and Son. Was there anything special in Rosal's diary today? Clearly, Audrey wasn't the only one who noticed this. Alger's thoughts churned, suppressing his curiosity. He wasn't Justice, and couldn't offer anything that would interest Mr. Fool. Moreover, Justice's money could only barely impress the Empress. Klein put down the diary, nodded slightly, indicating that they could now converse freely. Mr. Sun, Audrey began first, I've obtained the mirror hedgehog's blood, but it will take some time, just 2 days. Sun nodded. It was only 2 days. The Hanged Man silently watched the two converse. He wasn't in a hurry to find a formula now. The dragon-eyed sea eagle he sought in the Tarot Club earlier hadn't been mentioned until now, probably meaning there was no news. However, Alger's gaze shifted slightly, looking at the woman behind the gray fog. The Empress might have channels. Alger quickly withdrew his gaze. The gray fog obscured all scrutiny. Under the majesty of a god, no one could explore any corner of this place. Sun and Justice quickly completed their transaction. The Hanged Man and the Empress did not purchase any items or information. As expected, Alger clasped his hands, resting them against his chin. Even under the cover of the gray fog, he maintained his habitual facade, not revealing his emotions. The Empress still hadn't bought any formulas. Alger had once suspected that the Empress might be a mid or high sequence Beander, and thus didn't need to obtain formulas from them. But now he was more inclined to believe that the Empress had a powerful hidden organization behind her, and her status within it was very high. Of course, his previous conjecture hadn't been ruled out. A high-ranking member of a hidden organization couldn't be a low-sequence Beander. This hidden organization might not belong to Mr. Fool. If the Empress isn't Mr. Fool's dependence, then she might be the dependence of another great being who cooperates with Mr. Fool. As for why Mr. Fool's dependents didn't join the Tarot Club, Alger speculated it might be related to a transaction between the two great beings. Alger unconsciously tightened his clasped hands. This feeling of prying into a god's secrets made him both excited and fearful. Mr. Hanged Man's fingers showed subtle signs of tension, his index finger still rubbing the back of his hand, as if he was thinking of something that made him nervous. Justice habitually observed the member's every move as a spectator. Eve also noticed Alger's small actions, but didn't care. Only Son, Derek, remained oblivious. Seeing no one speaking, he was the first to say, I need a weapon. Any requirements? Eve asked. Derek thought carefully before saying, it can enhance my combat power, and at least allow me to use it until Sequence 6. It wasn't a mystical item equivalent to Sequence 6, but one that could be used until Sequence 6, which meant it needed to be usable for at least 2 years. Eve raised her eyes, scanning the members of the Tarot Club. Seeing that Justice and the Hanged Man had no intention of taking the commission, she took it herself. All right. As for the remuneration, we'll confirm it once the weapon is decided. Derek was overjoyed and immediately agreed. This would give him more time to accumulate merit. Klein watched the members below the gathering. After they finished their discussions, he announced the end of this week's Tarot Club. It wasn't until the figures of Justice, the Hanged Man, and Son had completely disappeared that Klein stood up, walked over to Eve, and handed him Rosal's diary. Eve took the diary, glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and asked, You want the cards of blasphemy? Klein nodded, then thought for a moment and shook his head. I just want to look at them, study them. And what I really want to ask is your reason for choosing, Empress. What other reason could there be? It's exactly as you think. Eve shook the diary in his hand, the pages rustling. In the tarot cards, Empress corresponds to Demoness. What about justice? Klein pressed. Spectator. Eve nodded, casually placing the diary on the long bronze table. Except for the Hanged Man, who should correspond to the secret supplicant pathway sequence 0 feet Hanged Man, the others are all very accurate. Klein's heart skipped a beat. The Hanged Man not corresponding actually made him breathe a sigh of relief. If they all corresponded, it would be too suspicious, even reminding Klein of 008. You used to. Klein continued, carefully choosing his words. Why didn't you choose to let Rosal jump to an adjacent pathway, but instead let him jump to Black Emperor? Klein tried his best to ensure his question didn't involve the transaction between Eve, Adam, and Rosal. There are many reasons. One is the special nature of the hidden sage itself, devouring him is too dangerous. Another is related to Adam's plan. Eve's answer was vague, and Klein couldn't piece together the truth from it, but he did gain crucial clues, which already satisfied him, and he wisely didn't press further. That Rosal fellow actually wrote Adam's name directly, and, outer deity. Doesn't he fear? Never mind, Eve waved his hand, seemingly helplessly saying, I'll have to trouble myself to adjust your memory again. The Demoness card. I know you have many questions. Eve leaned back, leisurely resting against the bronze chair's backrest, slowly flipping through Rosal's diary. But actually, you don't need to know so much. Some things you'll know later, and some things won't matter even if you never know them. Klein paused slightly, his gaze moving back and forth between Eve and the diary, his pupils shifting left and right in his eyes, and his expression gradually darkened, as if he was deep in thought. Eve's fingertips twirled her hair, circling it round and round, waiting for Klein's response. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Klein understood the stakes. Eve hadn't even stopped him from exploring the truth of the third epic's creator, yet she wouldn't answer his questions about Rosal and Adam. Combined with Rosal's phrase, "Your emperor shall return," it wasn't hard to guess something. He nodded, indicating that he understood, then asked, "Can I see the cards of blasphemy?" Eve nodded slightly, of course. She stood up, patted Klein's arm, and with only a, "See you later," she vanished from Saphira Castle. Klein's fingers unconsciously tapped the bronze tabletop. Enveloped by his spirituality, he also logged out of Saphira Castle. He passed through layers of whispers, returning to his room. Opening his eyes, everything was familiar. Klein looked around, then walked to his desk, picked up his teacup, took a sip of water, and pulled out a wooden chair to sit down. Just as he placed the empty teacup back on the table, the hand holding the cup suddenly froze. The teacup's original position was now occupied by an exquisite tarot card. The tarot card was beautifully designed, to the extent of being a collector's item. Its surface depicted a mature and beautiful woman. The woman resembled Rosal, with chestnut, slightly curly long hair and blue eyes, possessing a beauty that combined maturity and purity. She sat on a throne in a magnificent long gown, holding a scepter. Above the card face, there was an unmissable, eye-catching black and gold font, Demoness. This is the Demoness card. The Demoness card among the cards of blasphemy. Klein immediately placed the teacup aside and reached out to pick up the tarot card. However, as soon as his fingers touched the card, the tarot card began to become three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The pages turned without wind, one by one, revealing the secrets of the cards of blasphemy to Klein. The first page showed an image of Rosal wearing a mask and holding a dagger, with corresponding ancient Fulsac text describing it. Sequence 9, Assassin. Capable of temporarily altering the body, gaining feather-like lightness, thus achieving the ability of a leap of faith, and possessing eagle's vision and darkness vision, skilled in combat and evasion. Potion formula. Klein briefly scanned the potion formula without looking closely, and directly touched the book to turn to the next page. Sequence 8, Instigator. Possesses the ability to perceive others' emotions, desires, and malicious thoughts, enhancing thinking and analytical skills. Quote. Sequence 6, Pleasure. Quote. Sequence 4, Despair. Quote. Sequence 2, Calamity. Sequence 1, Doomsday. Sequence 0, Demoness. It really conceals the secret of becoming a god. Klein roughly browsed through it, unable to help but exclaim. After revealing its hidden secrets, the book transformed back into a small tarot card, lying quietly on the desk. By the way, what is beneath the ground? And what is the Chaos Sea? If it can be related to the ritual of becoming a god, the Chaos Sea's status might be comparable to a true god, perhaps an existence like Saphira Castle. Klein saw the demoness's ritual for becoming a god, but it also raised more questions. Rosal once said in his diary that there is no oil beneath the ground in this world. Is it related to the Chaos Sea underground? As Klein's thoughts churned, he unconsciously looked at the face of the demoness card, at the mature and beautiful chestnut-haired woman on the card. Wait a minute, this is Rosal, isn't it? Klein remembered Rosal on other card faces, especially Sequence 9 and Sequence 8. From Sequence 7, which, he began to transform into a female, but still bore a strong resemblance to Rosal. Gender bending himself, Great Emperor, have you reached this level already? Compared to gender bending himself, the narcissism of using his own image on all card faces seems not worth complaining about anymore. Klein reached up and pinched his brow, trying to steer his thoughts away from gender-bent Rosal. Although it was indeed an interesting tidbit, he was still very curious about what Rosal was thinking when he created his female image. For now, this card is useless to me, Klein murmured to himself, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop, guiding his thoughts back on track. I can't even exchange the potion formula for pounds, after all, it belongs to Eve. Klein picked up the demoness card, examined it carefully for a moment, and decided to try if there were any other uses for it, as he wasn't in a hurry to return it. The cards of blasphemy countered divination and prophecy, so Klein couldn't use divination methods to test the demoness card's other uses. After a few seconds of thought, Klein found a candle and holy night powder, set up the altar, and began the ritual. In my name, I summon the fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Once the ritual was complete, Klein immediately took 4 counterclockwise steps, entering above the gray fog, preparing to respond to himself. This was something he had tested with Eve before. At that time, Klein couldn't open the illusory, summoning door, leading to reality. Klein stood in the room in his spiritual body form, approached the demoness card, and attempted to pick up the tarot card with his spiritual body. Then, Klein's spiritual body instantly solidified, his figure began to change rapidly, his chest swelled, gradually becoming full, and his appearance also began to feminize. The most significant change was in his demeanor, his original scholarly air vanished, replaced by a sacred and alluring charm. A golden, crown-shaped hair ornament carved with olive leaves and stars appeared on his head, and his formal attire was replaced by a magnificent long gown. Holy moly! Klein couldn't help but curse. He looked down at his full chest and the magnificent long gown he was wearing, feeling a shock and bewilderment that was somewhat unexpected yet logical. Demoness, demoness, Klein rubbed his forehead, muttering. He glanced at the mirror in the room, but because he was in a spiritual body state, the mirror didn't reflect Klein's figure, which made Klein a bit disappointed. No, what am I disappointed about? I'm not Rosal. Klein tried hard to guide his thoughts back to the main topic, to stop thinking about what his face looked like. For now, this card is useless to me, Klein murmured to himself, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop, guiding his thoughts back on track. I can't even exchange the potion formula for pounds, after all, it belongs to Eve. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.